So hey everyone, welcome to stream day 3 of building this rack system for NASA. Not actually for NASA, but then for NASA docs. So yeah, cool. So folks who are new, just a quick intro about what we're trying to do in the past 2 days. We're basically trying to build a rack system that could support 8,500 documents. We have created a sample company called Meridian Aerospace, which is an aerospace mid-size engineering consulting company that works with a lot of rocket science documents, um, um, technical archives, images, formulas, graphs, diagrams, and etc. And they have about 85,000 documents that they want to enable RAG of. It's because they are working on. Now, of course, I'm assuming that this is a real company, but then this is actually a company that I, sampled, just created for the scenario. But then this is how a real world company would actually look like. But so we'll just assume this is a real company. So yeah, we are trying to build a rack system that can solve documents at scale, and also documents with a lot of technical jargon. Documents from 1960s to 2025. Documents versions are different. They have different scan copies. Some of them are quite new, quite old. They have very different sort of information and etc. So on the past 2 days, what we did, I'll leave this particular link. You can go through this, and I have some of my notes as well. If you were to look back on the past 2 days, we did a lot of research, a lot of conversations with Claude, and some added some notes here as well. So definitely will encourage you to watch those two as well. Just skim through the chapters. Of course, you don't want to watch the entire 7 hours, but then we've solved a lot of problems. The past 2 days we on 2 days we basically in the 2 days we basically are done with 90% of the document processing. So we process formulas, images, diagrams, mathematical form questions, different sort of documents from different years, and really complex tables and whatnot. So definitely would encourage you to skim through some of them and check it out. And apart from that, I guess yeah. Just a refresh of what we did yesterday is that we were trying to work with a lot of formulas, and let me get back to my code. This is where we left in. Um yeah, so yesterday we stopped at formulas. We pretty much did the entire chunking. Everything is working. Image generation, image descriptions and diagrams, figures, everything was all good, but except formulas, because for formulas, the model from the IBM model from Dockling is not really great. So in a given page, if you have, I don't think this has formulas, but in a given page, if you have let's say, in a given document, if you have 20 formulas, Dockling only passes, I don't know, 10 formulas or 12 formulas. You're missing 8 formulas. And formulas are very important, and you can't play, like, you can't play around. It's not like, you have to get it right, and you also have to get the adjacent text right, and the meaning, symbols, and etc. So what we did was that we processed the entire. Actually, let me get the document with formulas so you can understand it. This will have formula. Yeah, okay, here. So what we essentially did is that we basically processed the entire. We sent. So let's say we have an image in a form. So we have formula in an image, right, in a page. So we send the entire page and get all of the formulas accurately. So that's very accurate, because we can't afford to lose even one single formula, because Docking was actually assuming like passing this as a formula, and then just passing this, like this specific division as a formula, and just missing this and all, like, so we can't really depend on Dockling for it. Boolean was actually giving 100% accuracy when you send in the image of a page, and gives you the right formula. But the issue that we are trying to solve is that we are trying to embed the documents in a hierarchy, right? For example, we will need to get this like virtually, when we chunk it, we want it to be in a right order. Like, we have this text, and then we have this, and we have this. That's in order. Like, we want it to be in order. But because we are processing the entire page, this chunk of text will be there, and then we have a formula, and then we have a text. But because we're processing the entire page, we are not able to get bounding boxes for that specific formula. Like, if you're not aware of bounding boxes, basically Docking provides information on, like, this, like, for example, like the location, the top left, right bottom of this specific location. So then you can click on it, and then, in a PDF you can see, like, if you want to show sources and etc. But it's basically like a location for a single paragraph. But because we are processing it as a page, we have no control over this formula. Where is this formula? Where is this formula, etc. A couple of ways that you can solve this is that you just don't care about, like, putting this formula in between these two paragraphs, and just, after all the chunk, you'll just put formulas in page chunk and put all the formulas. But the thing is, if you were to assume this correctly, just see this: the simulated flight Mach number was calculated from the following relationship with complete RAM recovery at the engine inlet assumed, and then you have the formula. So the formula is not just a formula, it's connected to an analysis, a synthesis. It's connected to some sort of meaning. So flight Mach number is like, you're probably having some, I don't know, I'm not that really good at maths, but you understand this formula is connected to specific this specific flight number. So then what you really want to do is that you want to have the formulas connected to that specific text. If not, it loses meaning. For example, like, you have this particular formula, and then if you were to put this formula on top of this inside in among this paragraph, it'll completely be incorrect. Like, that's like 100% incorrect. You wouldn't want to do it. Like, you for example, when an LLM is going to 20-30 documents, when it comes to a formula, it assumes that the formula is linked to that specific text. It assumes it. Like, it wouldn't go back and say, hey, this text is different, maybe the formula doesn't um is not that right. I mean, it can't reflect on it. I mean, if you want to reflect on it, but how many formulas will you reflect? If you're going through 20-30 formulas in a specific on a given search query, like, you can't do mathematical methods and verification for each. And the second thing is that LLM would 50 to 60% chance that it'll get the formula wrong. So we can't afford to lose it. So what we can so I was this was happening on the end of the stream, and I was pretty much dead by then. So we went with a very simple, stupid, not stupid, not stupid. Yeah, it's totally stupid and inefficient as well. Is that we wanted to, if there was a formula, we would tell the agent to give me the chunk of this and the formula, and then chunk this, this, this. So basically, it would give an array of objects saying the text, and then underneath the formula, and then the text and the formula. It's okay, but it's very inefficient. And if you have a document, if you have a dense document with a lot of formulas, then essentially, let's say you have a 100-page document, 50 pages, the 50-page is filled with formula. You're essentially using a VLM to repeat the exact text in the formulas for 50 pages. And that's going to take a lot of time, and of course API cost as well. Now I'm using APIs sometimes over here. Now we're doing VLM, which is an open source model. This can also run on an ITAR specified compliant server or inside the on-prem stuff. So we are accounting for that. But in case you want to run it on an on-prem stuff, it's not a big deal, because you're not spending money, but you're basically extending the processing time. Like a week or a 2 week or something like that. It's a compute sort of thing, but still, in terms of energy and compute, yes, you're spending money. So it's very inefficient, and sort of like the last resort to any visual text related problem. So I was going through a few things. I was yesterday night. I was brainstorming with Claude, and I was also checking some other formulas. Claude gave really stupid corrections on VLM. Like, there was a few options. For example, um, being using docklink to extract the formulas, and then doing a full sweep. Afterwards, you extract all of it, and then you send the image to a VLM. So in case some formulas misses, you can still use that missed formula, and then merge it and do whatever the stupid thing, and then get the final answer. But the thing is, in case docklink misses any info, you'll still be in a spot where you can't accurately what do you call it? Where you can't accurately come up with an answer. Like, you can't accurately predict the formulas in a given page. Still, you might have a lot of inaccuracy. Here accuracy is 99. It's not 99.99%. It's actually should be actually 100%. And yeah, so what I came up with is that, now for example, just look at this specific specs, right? If you know docklink provides this bounding box for this specific text, right? So what we can do essentially do is that it has bounding box for this specific text, and then it has bounding box meaning they're simply mere locations of this particular text, like a box. So what we can do is that visually draw in the image. So what we can do is that we can visually draw a box in the image itself with the bounding boxes, and then we'll number that specific box like with a big one. And then again for the next text, we'll use, because we have the bounding boxes, we can put a border to the entire paragraph, and then we'll put visually a big number called 2. And then we'll do it for each of the paragraphs you can see. So if you were to do it for each of the paragraphs, it will actually be like this one, box 1, and it'll be like box 2, or that split could have box 2, box 3, and then it will be box 4, and we like box 5, and this will be like box 6. Okay, so you have box 1, box 2, box 3, box 2, sorry, box 4, box 5, box 6. Okay, and now what you can do is that when you send this exact, painted image to the model, and the model has a vision on its box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, and now it can give you where the formula is below box 1 or the formula is below box 2. Now this will basically, now this is really accurate. I mean, it's 100% accurate, because you'll have a box. I'll do the painting now and just show it before you even do the processing. But because you have the box, if the first formula is on the box 1, you essentially know it's on the box 1. So if the third formula is on the box 3, you know it's on the box 3, because you have the bounding boxes. You might argue this could be inaccurate if you have formulas on the formulas on the formulas on the formulas where there's no text. It can still, that's even a way easy scenario, because you'll have no text, then there no bounding boxes, no border, it's okay. But the formula itself is in order, right? The model will give you the formulas in order. It wouldn't give you, first thing up, first thing down. We're basically prompting it to give it in order. So then what happens is that you basically have a system that have sort of visual representation and of each boxes or each paragraphs, and then be able to give you info on whether it's an above paragraph or below an paragraph. And then those could be used as so that info can be used as sort of like a location of the formula, and then you write up there, you can actually put it um right there, you can put it under the text. Now when predicting, I think what it should give us, you give an array of formulas, and it'll be like, box 1, box 2. But here if I scroll down, you can see that assuming this, let's just assume this is 2 formulas. Okay, this thing is 2 formulas, this is 1 formula and this is 2 formula. We just assume it, but it's actually a single formula. But if you have 1 formula and 2 formula, if you were to have the text here and the 1 formula 2 formula, when it predicts, you want the LLM to give you info that even among this formula, what you want to do is that you want to have IDs for each formula, even when ID1, ID2, ID3, ID4. And then if this formula is under a formula, because the model can so if you were to just generally predict it, what will happen is that you have this text and you have these 2 formulas beneath it. What the model will do is that, if like this formula is actually on the paragraph 3 and this formula is actually on the paragraph 3, so 2 formulas are on the paragraph 3, but you don't know which order other formulas on. So but the thing is, if the model is giving it in an order, like you have the text, or you don't have the text, you don't have text, you only have the JSON outputs of each formula. It'll basically give you an order saying formula and then formula on the page tree, but you have no way. So what you can do is that what we can do is that, let's say there's 3 formulas, we can, because it's giving in an order, you can use those as index and assume and put it on the right thing. Most of the time that will be in the right thing, that 100% of the time. Because yeah, I was thinking whether you want to have an ID for the formula, and then you have to say to the other formula whether this formula is under any formula. So you would put the ID of the above formula and then ID of the other one or other formula, but that's still complex. You don't need to confuse the model. If it's gonna give you in give in let's say you have 4 formulas on the page after box 3, then it'll have after box 3, after box 3, after box 3, but still that's going to be, line by line, I mean, like, index by index, which means that you can just render them in a very virtual concept. So yes guys, that's what we're gonna try. I had this idea yesterday, just trying out few things. I was trying to have other lines like what we did with tables, if you watch the last streams, but that's too complex. This solves, I think this should be 100% accurate, but we'll just give it a try. Okay, so we'll start Claude. And guys, if none of this made sense to you, no problem. We are gonna step by step we're gonna, yeah, step by step look into this. We're gonna step by step, look into this, meaning I want to first of all paint it, show it to you, get the painting right, get the boxes right, and then we send it to the VLM. So we'll there. So I'm just gonna just actually I should have recorded this and sent it to Claude, but we'll just go ahead and tell it to Claude. So I'll be like, make sure you revoke the above code. I think it's very inefficient and it's also very time consuming. It uses a lot of tokens. So I do not want this code, just revoke it. Now this is my idea, because we have bounding boxes for each paragraphs. What we can do is that we can put borders for each paragraph using the bounding boxes, like a red or a yellow border. And then on top of the border, we can have a big number called 1 or 2 or 3 or 4. In page 5, if you have 5 paragraphs, then you have the first paragraph being box 1, box 2, box 3, box 4, box 5. So you number them by 1 boxes. And what you do is that what you can do is that you'll probably have the formulas in beneath the boxes. And what we can do is that we'll tell VLM to give us info on which formula is under, oh sorry, what formula is actually under what box. So it has a visual representation of 1 2 3. It can easily predict this is under box 2, box 3, box 4. Now I want everything to be in order, because after a paragraph, if you have 2 or 3 formulas, I want the formulas to be order. But I think generally, and generally the model will put it in order, so it's okay. We'll just assume that the model will put it in order. So we'll just yeah, for now just don't worry about it. Just just focus, we'll focus on the model being able to generate it in an order. And even if there's an edge case where you have a full page with formulas, we can still solve it, because you have yeah, the formulas are in order and you have the page info, whatever. But this usually you have text and then formula text and then formula text and formula. This should easily solve it. Do not code, think about this and let me know your thoughts. Actually, just give me info on whether you understood it or not, or maybe a visual understanding of this, like a visual understanding of this in visually, so then I can confirm whether it is right or wrong. Now we'll do ultra here. So I think user ultra was no longer. Okay, ultra thing, this is not that. Thinking budget is okay. It's max. Okay, that's good. Yeah. Cool. So I usually try to get this information from Claude, because sometimes Claude might assume things and I don't wanna go into a rabbit hole of solving the problems and then finally knowing, oh, okay, actually I assumed something wrong and we'll have to change this. I'll just, just tell it to repeat the understanding, and then I can, make sure it has the right and that's understanding to move on. So we'll wait a bit. Cool. Yes, my understanding visual representation, propellant one, formula one after box one, formula after box three, formula after box 4. Receive annotated messages. Yeah, this is very good. Yeah. Yeah, this is very right. Uh, First of all, revoke the above code. That's very inefficient of sending above code, which I mean sending, getting all, no, it will probably know that. It wrote it right. Okay. Yeah, so initially we made some code. No, we just remove the above code. Just remove the above code, which we did recently, which is very inefficient, and we'll use this going forward. Before even I get into this, first of all, I want to get the painting right. So let's actually, I want you to, I'll give you a PDF. I want you to paint this, or, just put those borders and that visuals in a given page and then save it. And I have to visually see it and confirm before we send it to an LLM. Okay. Sure. Visualize one just draw numbers, put boxes and text box on a PDF. Yeah, I'm sure it'll also have some nuances because you'll have a big paragraph and a small paragraph and then a small formula and then a big paragraph, sort of like a scenario. So I'll give it the PDF and let's see how. Let's actually confirm this. So we'll give you the exact PDF. Because it's page 11. It's PDF. Okay. Use VENV. Okay, let's take a look at this. Oops. I was going for a different page. Okay. This is not formulas at all. I don't know why it's only processing this page. Like process the entire PDF. Hmm. Yeah, process the entire PDF. No, we'll have sorry. Process the entire PDF. Now, of course, this is noise, but we don't want to do any no like we don't care whether it's a noise or whatever. Like we it's just a box. As long as we have a box representation of something, that's more than enough. Because we do noise removal for images and figures, but for this we don't need to remove any noise. You just need some visual element, whether it's a paragraph. Sometimes you'll have a formula, you have some image or something. You'll have something you need to put that under a specific thing. So as long as it's a box, the LLM just needs to know it's a box, not a text or whatever. It's a box and it just needs to predict the next, whether it's under the box or below the box. So I think I have a good gut feeling that this should work. There can be some issues for like dense text, then like text dense with formulas where there's like really you can see it's basically this is a scan copy, right? So you don't have you don't have how can I put this? You like usually if you were to no even on new documents, if you were to reduce the line height between text, it'll actually be so much clunked up. So it's okay as long as it can detect this part to be a border, it should be fine. So yeah, let's see if it works or not. Actually, we are not doing any API calls here, and I can see that for each, it's loading, it's initializing the channel pipeline hub options for each image, I think, or each box. I don't know. That's why it's taking so much time, because it should be quick and it's a very small model, but it's okay. We can work on efficiencies later. Actually, it's taking so much. Like, why is it taking so much of a time? We're just using a local model, right? And in the logs, I can see we initializing so many things again and again. We just need to make and we are not using any VLM or APIs, right? We're just using the model to put, yeah, just paint bounding boxes. You know, we just get the location, you just paint on the, you just yeah, you detect whether it has a formula, and then you, and of course you only detect if a page has, if a page, you only put this on a page which has formulas only, so not to all pages. This is part of the formula code only, like it's the initial code where if you were to look at the old formula code, we detect if there's a formula in that specific page, then we use that page, send it to the entire LLM. We have to do the same thing here, but before we send the entire image, we have to draw boxes and then send that image to the LLM. So what I'm trying to do is that I want to see all the images, painted images, before you send to a VLM. Do you understand what I'm trying to say? It's very, I think there's something going wrong in the middle, or something is inefficient. Yeah, it's gonna just blast out my console. Yeah. Yeah, so the thing is, it was actually drawing it on all the pages, and this had a lot of pages, and it was initializing the model for all the page. That's why I guess it was slow. Now it should be fast. Cool. Yeah, not even 20 seconds. Let's go through the images. Nice, nice. So cool. Now you can see, of course, we have a lot of noise, and it's of course, and it'll definitely have a lot of noise, definitely. But this is more than enough. You can see this is like really good. So you have box one, now this text will definitely have it. That's how the decision model works. You don't want to waste time on like removing noise, but you have methods of calculation. That's good. Six, and this formula will be under box six, right? And we have the bounding box at box six, which is very good. And there's as I predicted, you'll have box for each paragraph. So this will be like eight and nine, and then this particular what do you call this formula is actually under nine, which is also good, which is right. And 10 you have that we have below 11. This formula is under 11, and this formula is actually under 12. And now this is one of the most efficient approaches of solving this particular problem, is that we're not sending the entire text or getting back entire as what we planned before, the entire text from LLM, but we are actually using the bounding boxes and doing like a painting a picture, and then really helping the LLM visualize things and then give us an ID, which we are accurately finding the box and then putting that formula below the box. That this is very accurate. um, Second thing is that a lot of people might I had this one idea as well. Now this is very efficient, guys, and this could also be solved not just for formulas but for any images, any particular text or whatever. And this sort of visual representation, because you have this is only possible because of bounding boxes. So I mean, if you have a location of each box, or not a location but then sort of like uh, the yeah the location of each box or each paragraph or each formula or each image, that layout detection is in itself is more than enough, because afterwards you can predict so many different things. Like we did something with boundaries as well for some tables. That was not layout detection, we did it by doing heat maps, but this is something similar. Yeah, thank Docklin for that. The model is very good at detection. Yeah, so this is very efficient. One last thing that I wanted to do is that there's one possible way what you can do even without this. You have this flight text, right? What you can do is that you can tell the LLM, give me the last 4 5 words or something like that before this above this formula, and then it'll give you like recovery at the engine inlet assumed. And then you have below, if you want you can do the below text, and then try to pattern match and find where it should be below. Now the thing is like this, you have this number over here which can be chunked, and sometimes you will have, because this is scan stuff, we came about this problem. Inlet won't be like inlet, it will be like in space I t t t and e I sorry no sorry, spelling wrong, I space in L together and then e t t like this. This is how you'll have a word when you process this sort of old files. The LLM, when it reads it, can understand that it's inlet, but unless you, like if you were to pass in pattern matches, even if you want regex to, or if you're removing all the spaces, it'll be like this, and inlet assumed sort of thing. It can be something like this. But then what if you have what if it doesn't give you what if it doesn't give you this, like the colons, or what if it embeds one as well, because that's how the processing would work. You can never predict whether this one will be part of this formula or this one will be part of this text. And if you were to get this text, so it's just a mess. So this is a very clean approach. And yeah, quite a solid approach as well. So I'm gonna just quickly send um this particular image. So it'll be like, this is good and it's working. Now I want you to send this image for the formula detection, and and I want the LLM to give us info on the give us info whether the formula is above which box or on sorry, under which box. Like you can do same thing, like you can essentially do above 12 as well. For example, this formula is above 12 and this formula is above 11. But the thing is, if you have a scenario where you have no text underneath, then the model will be like, you don't have a box underneath to say that's above it, right? So usually when you do formulas, this could be a good approach from top to bottom, because 99% of the time you'll have some text on the top and then you have the formulas. Okay, so that's what you're doing. But then yeah, and of course you can solve it, but why complicate things? This is working more than enough. So just send it. And I would also say you, whenever you wanna like send things to an LLM, like visually, it's better you have it in red and not light colors, because light colors are very easy to what can I say? Light colors are very easy to like miss in a white page. So if you were to have red, and red sort of gives you that sort of attentive, serious sort of feel. So you just, I'm just assuming, I've seen good visual understanding, slight improvements when you use red and like big border boxes that is red. So or sort of, I wouldn't say it's only red, but maybe even dark blue, some sort of dark color, opposed to light yellow or light white or light gray is also okay, but don't use light colors. If you wanna like the model to focus on a lot of visual aspects, and if it needs to be accurate, just do red or yellow or blue, but then dark, like super dark ones, super dark colors. Yeah, and I think I can increase. We can increase the numbers font size, but it's okay. Not a big deal. The LLM can even can't. I mean, can see very small text, so the size should be okay. We'll look into the prompt a bit quickly. Oops. You send the annotated. Yeah, this is okay. I think we wanted notes as well. I don't think we notes. It's fine. Just formulas are fine. So we can tell. Yeah, we'll test it out. I'm not sure if we are parallelly processing the formula request, but yeah, we can parallelly process them. So let's see. Actually, this shouldn't take this much time as well. Let's wait and see. And guys, now you can see we're doing all of this using an open source model. If you were to use like Claude or something like that, like like we would have easily completed this in 2 days. And the reason I wanted to do using open source models is I want to literally show how hard it is to do, but it's not impossible. You can really have a lot of workarounds, write custom pipelines, write custom code and stuff, and you can still get that um, solution to be on par with Claude or OpenAI or whatever the state the art model is. But you have to do a lot of extra work, a lot of you take a lot of crooked path, and but still, there's a possibility to find most of the answers to, not answers, solutions to 99% of the problems, except intelligence. Like you can't improve the reasoning. I mean, you can improve the reasoning and extra stuff. I'll come to that, like when we do the agent. But yeah, I think this is taking too much time. Actually, I want to process and see the logs, to be honest. Why is it taking too much time? Can we process each? I would say, yeah, add parallel. Yeah, add parallel processing for each image. So we can process all the images in a given shot, because you don't need to do it sequentially. Oh no, no, not on a single shot actually. Because single shot meaning the LLM will be like, send all the images to one single API and get all the answers. That's not how it works, because the model will be confused afterwards. With parallel processing for each image. Yeah. So each API call, hope the model should understand this. Yeah, parallel CVM concept. Yes. And yeah, until this, it's a background task, I think. It's still on page 2. Something is going on. Something is weird. It's fine. Let's wait until it process, and we'll solve all the issues and all. And also, guys, I just thought, we have some time until it finishes, so we'll just see this. You can see we have. Oh, this is actually I just randomly selected this. It's actually like a PowerPoint presentation sort of thing. And our current approaches will not work accurately here because the detection can assume this, uh, assuming this could be like a layout or a picture or some, and whatever, like a figure, and you'll have this as a figure, and you'll definitely have this as a figure, and you can just have this only as a figure. But the thing is, this is an entire figure, like the arrows, the connections, the text, the visual identity, whatever goes on. This isn't, you can assume this to be an entire image or a figure. Only then this will make sense. So yeah, for presentation sort of documents, we have to have one different way of chunking them. Of course, we'll chunk all of this. We'll have a general chunking approach, but we would wanna we would wanna it's highly unlikely you'll have formulas or whatever here, but still we'll have our general chunking patterns, but we'll also have to rethink, or yeah, because no point you I don't want this specific thing to be an image, and this temperature to be an image. I don't want that. It's better if it's both as part of an image or something. And yeah, something like that, because you can afford it. These are like I don't know, but yeah, essentially what we want to do is that even for this, we don't want to you can't process only this as an image. You just have to do like this or the entire thing. Yeah, we'll actually see what we can do on this, but I want to work on the agents and then come back and solve. But yeah, our general parsing should work, but I just want to try it to this PowerPoint presentation maybe in the end, once we have this agent stuff running. So let's check the status. Oops, it's running it again. Give me the command, I'll run it. And also it's here. It's stuck at page 12, 13, and 14. We'll run it. See it for ourselves. Just curious. Oh yeah, some permission denied issue. Yeah, it should have been quick. No need, because we are parallel processing it. I guess only 4 or 5 pages was like you can just do it. So I guess it did save. You can see this is one example box. This is one example box. Oops. Yeah, guess what you can see over here. Yeah, I didn't think about this. So see over here, this formula itself is like a bounding box, but this is also a formula. This is also a formula. So you have 9. I don't know whether it's a formula. I don't know what is it like. Is it a formula? Should it be a formula? I think it should be a formula. It definitely should be a formula. What can we do for this? I think what I will do here is that I will also send an original image. So bounding boxes and also the original image just for context, because sometimes this is not a clear formula. It's actually part of you have a formula, then you talk about some text, and then you have a small formula, and then you talk about some text. So especially this is true for a lot of like written stuff. I like or type they've used a typewriter. I don't know they've really done, but um Just thinking what we can do here. Anyway, we'll just look into a few other images. We'll solve it, guys. That has to be solved. It has to be solved for sure. And also, guys, I can see here that, for example, it's not just the formulas, but you can also see that, um, like, uh, like where this particular equation, and then you have text. But usually these would be detected. This will be like this only would be detected as a formula, and this might be detected as a formula. But then, how do you put it in between the text? Where and then this should come in. So I think we'll spend some time in formulas, I think. Yeah, unfortunately, but it's okay. But we'll see. We'll see. Right. So okay, I think it did the job. I want to see the notation. Can you save the the response from the model to a JSON or text file or something so I can visually see it? Yeah, you just put yes, it has done the extraction. I'm going to go ahead and I want to visually see the extracted text. So I'll just give it to Claude and tell it to display the text of it. Okay. Format and show me the. I'll be like, don't format it, just show me the formula or equations or whatever. Okay, let's verify this. Scroll down. I know it's starting over here. This is okay. Right, on the left. Right sidebar. Okay, second one is okay. Third one is also correct. Fourth one, 14 is also correct. And you have a big equation. Fifth one, page 13, you have W F E I equals to something, that's right. And yeah, And yeah, this is also okay. That's the sixth formula. Seventh one is okay. Eighth one is this, and yes, it did miss this thing. It's not T equals zero is effective velocity parameter defined by is a function of this. But in chunking, I basically want this specific. I don't know. I just want this to be like when you chunk this, I'm pretty sure this would have an inaccurate representation of its like the formula. The formula would be very I don't know. It'll be I'm 100% sure it'll be inaccurate for sure. And then you have the other main formulas, PO, and then you do this, and then it missed this one as well. It's okay, not okay, but and then it also missed this. So this, I mean, it's extracting all of the main formulas very nice. It's very good, but I also want to see like there's also so much context here because we're solving for this. We need to like we get this reasoning and this methods as well, right? We have to get it right. So yeah, we'll get it to Claude. Sure. We have got most of all the formulas right, but there seems to be a small edge case that I want to think or sort of yeah think about. Now, these methods or formulas, the equation is actually part of text, part of the text. It's not generally like a formula, but it's actually a formula that is coming in between text, in between methods, reasoning, or whatever. Just paste the image. I would also attach the bounding boxes image for your reference. And I'll be like, show this as well. Oh no, I can't do it. Do not code, but I would like to know your thoughts, how some ways we can solve it. Actually, I mean, it'll probably give something stupid. But I want to think for someone else, see how we can do. Now, definitely this is a bit tough because if we were to solve it, it's exactly like processing the entire image and then getting an output of the text. Like our initial slow, inefficient approach would have solved this because this text in the middle or whatever the formula you get will be part of the response, and we can just we can just easily chunk it. Um, but the problem here is that we are not doing that. We're only sending formulas, not the text. Oh, guys, actually, what we can do is that just see this particular box 9 is detected, right? What we can do is that if we have a scenario like this, I'll just type it, and you guys can listen it, and of course it'll be the same because I don't want to retype it. So I have one idea what we can really try to solve it. So basically, you can see in this image, box 9 actually has where the equation was obtained from the charts of reference 8 and the static pressure parameter and an equation as computed for afterburner inject station with assumption and stuff. So what we can do is that we can actually tell the model to output we can actually tell the model to if it like I don't know how you call it, but if there is if we want to process the ninth box, we basically want to process the ninth box, and we basically want to return it as a text. And when we chunk it, we know this is like we're chunking the entire paragraph. We'll have something way to identify that because we have the bounding boxes and we definitely know, this is from this. So what we can do is that we instead of chunking the ninth paragraph, we would just return this. Do you get what I'm trying to say? So it will be the same for most of it. Now, this could not be very efficient for something that's near 7. You can see 7, and on the left you have what do you call? You have what the hell is it? You have the equation. So for this, it cannot be effective, but mostly it should work. Okay, so give me your thoughts. Cool, guys. You just see um, what it gives back. So essentially, what will happen is that for this, we are not going to process the 11th one because it doesn't contain any sub formulas or whatever methods or equations. This would come from the LLM, and this we wouldn't. And yeah, of course, we're still being very efficient here. But where this equation and then you have this particular equation, I'm sorry, I'm very bad at maths, so I don't even, like, I'm not able to, accurately give you guys a verbally discuss on this, but where this particular equation is, and then you have this particular paragraph, is quite difficult to, because that we have no grounding, we don't have any grounding info to, uh, you know, because at least here you have the entire paragraph, right? Here you don't have any. So that's what I'm just saying, how you can do. But yeah, anyway, we'll solve for this and think about it later. Not later, in a bit. The HKS box 9, and so in the box 9, will contains a paragraph with inline formulas mixed with text. Yeah, which is still a formula. Okay, external plain text, possibly gathering the inline. We chunk it as, instead of using document associated with box 9, we use LLM extract the entire box 9, super solver. Yeah, with embedded math. Yeah. For those boxes, also return the full formatted text. For boxes, return the full formatted text. For boxes within the full, yeah, accept the edge cases, yeah, yeah, that's what we have to do. Sometimes you just have to accept things and move on. And yeah, we'll accept that this is a purely edge case, because here, see, even this is also another edge case. See, the ninth one, you'll have every inline formulas, yeah. So ninth one, you'll have yeah. So this one, right? You'll have is equals to T5, and then you have this particular, it has to be, it would have been great if the entire thing was a paragraph, but it's not. So that is that's real bummer, but I'm just thinking what you can do here. One thing we can do is that we can process everything in between boxes. For example, if we know there's a formula, there's inline formulas and some crooked thing happening over there in this particular image. So maybe I'll just, yeah, makes sense. But I have one more idea for side by side formulas which are not vertical. I guess this image is 13, so we'll delete the switch there. Uh, what we can try to do is that we have the bounding box, it's which above the entire text, which is 8. Then what we'll do is that uh, we'll uh, we'll process the entire text until 11. So whatever is under 8 and before 11, we'll process everything, and that will be one chunk. Of course, we have a main formula which is above 9, which would also yeah, I think if you're processing 8, everything below 8 and 11, yeah, I have to get your thoughts on this. But what we can do is that if you want to get an accurate representation, you have things under 8 and you have things above 11. So what you do is that we process the entire text between 8 and 11, and then we chunk it. Of course, with whatever info you can put that in the right place, but the main formula will also be as outputted as a formula, like this particular fj is equals to whatever would actually be a formula alone. So could we essentially I literally want the LLM to anyway give back this as well. Could we uh, could we do some sorting or some sort of parsing and just remove any duplicate stuff? I don't know, but this is just an edge case. I'm just curious to know about how this approach could work, and if you want to clean up any ideas on this. Yeah, please send it. And I would say feel free to visually show it to me because it might assume some things. Now feel free to visually show me things, um, show me the idea and the clade pattern or whatever, so I can confirm that whether your assumption is right or wrong. Let's come up with something. Current approach by bounding boxes. Box 7 augment jet engine ratio. Chunk A is defined as ratio standalone formula where F is equals to the trust reading still. Chunk P has inline math, but OCR might be garbage. Definitely will be garbage. It'll be like 99% chance it'll be pure garbage. Box 8 chunk C, then standalone, but it has inline formula. Context is yeah, definitely fragmented because box 7 explains. Okay, there of course. Region 1, region 1, box 6 until the next section header, and you have this one coherent chunk with intro text, main text, explanation. Also extract formula 7 separately for specific search. Option A, keep both. Chunk has full text, good for explanation, just trust issues. Standalone formula, good for find equation. Yes, of course, for sure. And then you can, once you find the formula, formula, and then the agent can literally, if it wants to check above adjacent and below adjacent text. In our case, we'll have the inline formulas as well. Option B, in chunk, replace formulas with reference is defined as formula 7. Ah, yeah, very good. Yeah. Well, yeah, this is awesome. This is good because formula 7 will probably have an ID or where or whatever, like we can just ingest that main formula over here where if scale is existing. Option C, just accept duplicates. RAG retrieval can handle it. Yeah, it can definitely handle duplicates. Yeah, look at the page sections to start to handle like document ratio. So what's Yeah, this looks good. I would actually go with option B. If then visually show it to me with some explanation and how this could work. I mean, we know it how it would work, but we'll just ask Claude. I usually do it just to, not, yeah, just as a verification. You can just tell it to because it's a huge advantage. Before you can't visual, if you were to visually show something to someone, you have to just check so many information and just go back and go to some sort of drawing board. You can't definitely do through Markdown. Go, I don't know. I used to use before this sort of. There's one. Then it's in the software இதுக்கு யூஸ் பண்ணுவோம் டெக்னிக்கல் டயக்ராம்ஸ் எல்லாம் வரைகிறதுக்கு உங்க இதுலயும் பாவிப்பாங்க மல்டிபிள். But it's fine anyway. Parallels and everything. It's fine. But you would probably use some tool to put boxes and then put this, put that, and just explain things and get a visual understanding. You can just now with Claude, you can just literally dump all of your ideas text and get a visual representation that will just solidify your understanding even more and catch edge cases even more. So we'll just see formula V. This is good. Step one: input VLM annotated image with box 6 to 9. Process this region from this 6 to 9. Return the full. Uh, Process the region from box 6 to 9, written full text with inline formulas aesthetics, standalone family eviction numbers. No, the thing is like this. We don't want to process by each region by region. That's not the idea. No, I don't think this is right. I don't want to process region by region because I think it'll be very inaccurate. What I want to do instead is that you just like what we do right now, just pass the same image and but instead of we telling about the region, the AI needs to the LLM needs to understand that this has interconnected math or this has inline math or equation or formulas that literally have to be chunked or whatever. So we don't need to say it, like it needs to understand the region. It needs to understand, okay, this is between 8 and 10 or 8 and 11. We have to do it because it has inline math going on. And then of course it can say like formula ID or something like that. And then what we can do is in the post processing we can get it'll anyway output the main formula as well. So we get that formula and merge it in the placeholder and we can do whatever the pre-processing. That's the simple part. But I don't want you to do region by region. I want you to send the entire page and it detects what regions make sense, because that will only make sense, and that's one of the reasons why I use a VLM. Now give me your visual understanding if of what you understand from this. Now see, that's one of the reasons I even asked for visual understanding. Now this was assuming that we are sending region by regions. Like I can see it over here, and it did say region by region, where you'll say like from 5 to 7 and then 8 to 10. But what if 5 to 8 has some interconnected formula, whatever, I don't know. There could be edge cases. So we'll just play it effective and dumb here. Send it. Yeah, look at this page. Look someone. Yeah, I think I'll make this prompt a little bit better, but it's okay. It's a good starting point. And then return, you can see standalone formulas, formula 6, formula 7, formula 8, very good. Inline math regions where f scale is equal to this thing, and area of the seal, W seal, yeah, what a, yeah, Labyrinth seal in the front of bulkhead of altitude shear same multiplied by the pressure difference across bulkhead, and F dash C is just due to cooling air flow determined by this thing, blah blah blah, and you have formula 7. Cool. Keep processing, merge into chunks. This is an inline math region. Use, yeah, correct. For each box in the reading order, use docline's text. Use docline text. Insert formula 7 becomes C formula 7. I think this means by the formula, so we don't need to confuse that. This is the inline math region where VLMs format the text instead of docking. Visually, what gets have a header, text, whatever, formula 7. Yeah, cool. We got it. And where F scale, and it has the inline math here, docking text, and yeah, beautiful. Final chunk, augmented trust ratio, the ratio, C formula 7, where F scale is a trust scale. Very good. Good, we'll try this and see. So, this is what you want. Yes, looks good. Implement this. Now the thing is, it's saying standalone formulas, not inside the box. But the thing is, sometimes you some. I'll just just set it here. This is fine, but you can see sometimes this is a layout detection model, right? Sometimes the formula itself could be a box. If then you would not consider it a box if that's the case. So I mean, there's a good chance that the formula can be. There's a good 10 to 20% chance the formula could be a box. So we want to handle that too. So yeah, maybe you can remove not inside any box as that, and yeah, and you should figure out, keep the rest as it is. That's all okay. No, it's actually confusing the model. You just call it standard. Stop confusing the model. For standard formulas, just call it standard formulas. Don't don't add between boxes or inside boxes. Let it figure out, and it's smart enough to do it. And also for inline math regions, boxes contain inline formulas that might need special processing. For example, in one of the image we did see that you know the inline formula wasn't part of a box, but it just part of it was in bit, and it was not part of it. It was not part of a box. In that case, I don't want to be able to miss it. Very simple inline math regions and standalone formulas. Show it some examples and you're done. Do not complicate the prompt, and this in turn will probably bring a lot of issues. Yeah, just let it figure out the details. Smart enough. Because if you were to like specifically prompt things and then it'll just sleep on it, and next time if that formula is not part of a box, it'll be like the prompt was like it's not part of a box. We just um we we, we we won't process it or something. If you do something like that, you're just, yeah, encouraging it to be encourage it to understand the situation and sort of use the available info there, which mostly will lead to accurate outcomes opposed to having like a detailed prompt. So as in annotated images to VLM detects channel forms in inline map regions. So yeah, we'll see how it processes it. If not, yeah, I still wanna yeah, this is fine. We'll do it. And I think this is where the post processing will happen. So we'll so this 1953. Yeah. Okay, let's see the response. Control AC. Like, the thing is, I don't want to use this. Just sometimes a good chance of it. Show me this visually. Idiot. No, your basic response should be fine. Let's see what it actually is. Let's just, yeah, it's probably helpful for visualizing. What the shit? Oh, this is the last page, I think. It shows where values of C, a function of where. Yeah, this is also correct. Is the total pressure parameter for this where was obtained from the charts of reference rate. Yeah, beautiful, I suppose. Six as a computed for with the assumption T5 is equals to T6. Okay, I didn't catch this. It's okay. This is a full formula. That's okay. Well, actually, we'll just manually verify this. Formula 1, Formula 0. I'll be like just formula, formula, line, formula. This is okay. This is also okay. This is also okay. Formula 4 is also okay. Formula 5 is also okay. The inline math comes in, so you can see start is over, formula is okay. Inline math, where to scroll down. These are clean stuff. Page 14. Okay, this one. So see where is effective velocity parameter as defined the function of alpha and p over 10 is equals to 0.9. That's very right. Scroll down. Mm, mm, we have this inline math, but this is no, this can be easily, I guess OCA should be fine. Where I think where, yeah, this is the total pressure parameter for critical flow as exhaust nozzle exists at the previous as okay, yeah, second one, this one, where the values of C and yeah, okay, it got this, which is good. And then here, where is over 10 is the total pressure parameter on reference rate, correct? And then there's where was obtained and was obtained on the charts below. That's good. And then you also have a specific pressure parameter, and then you've got this. It's computed for this thing. Good, good. And also show me information. Uh, I think it should provide inline regions start box 8 and end box 8. So we'll actually get the image of it. Images of it. I think it's the first annotated image. No, I think it's the second one because there's no any inline formulas here. 13. So just this here. Formulas. Start box 9, in box 10, start box 9, and in box 10. Yes, correct. So this is where you see where this is in 0.99 something, 0.09. Okay, where equation is part is effective velocity parameter is defined in reference rate and is a function of R5 and whatever, and then and C is equals to 0.99 and C is equals to, sorry, okay, that's not C actually, it's something else then. Okay, formula 8, which is correct. And then you have standalone formulas, and then you have again inline mat regions. So it's also giving in order as well, which is also good. And we'll check the 14th image. Yeah, because it's giving, yeah, image by image, right? And then here you have, let's see, start box 5, end box 6. Start box is 5 and end box is 6. And you have where values of C and are function of P over P0, correct? And start box 7, start box 8, start box 7 is this box. Hmm. No, so see start box 7, start box 8, start box 7, start box 8, right? 7 and 8, but it should be actually 6 to 8. You have 9 to 10, 9 to 10. This is okay. 9 and you have this is okay. But this should have been, let me copy this in space. Mostly fine, caught a few issues. This should have been from 6 to 8. Is it 8 or should be 6 to 8 opposed to 7 to 8. 7 to 8. So I think this should be part of the prompting as well. And also I saw references to Formula 12, Formula 11, but the formatted text did not have, like for example, we talked about before, right? Where if you're doing it in, you're passing the whole region, that region sometimes might have the main formula, like the standalone formula. Then what would happen? Does it take care of that edge case as well, or these images doesn't bring that up, bring that edge case? Let me know. I think formatted text 8 is the last before one. This one was the equation 11. I don't know, maybe that's no use case, that there isn't, we don't yet have a solid use case for it, so it's okay. Because I think all the detection you can see over here, at least in page 14, it's very clear that all of this text is actually, yeah, now it will actually bring up, because now see, I'm actually telling it should be 6 to 8, right? Then you'll have that edge case. So let's see what happens. Well, boxing we say not the exhaust. Well, yeah, it's actually giving it an example. I don't like giving examples because it might use the same format of thinking pattern to the to other specific scenarios as well. Okay, we'll give it a shot and see. Yeah, because maybe it detected this particular thing where P1 was measured, and that's why it gave it airflow. No, it's actually giving the entire thing. It's completely wrong. I think it's completely wrong. I would say to revoke your latest change. I guess it's basically giving surrounding text. That's not what you have to encourage. You basically have to tell the model that uh, equations can be in boxes or not in boxes, sorry, but it has to use its own training to create a logical sense. For example, for for this specific image. What it did before was totally right, but the thing is, you can see on the left, you there is a formula. So then for this very edge case sort of scenario, you want it to decide if it base this decide that okay, but in this is like an edge case scenario. For this we have to do 6 to 8 and not 7 to 8, because there's a text in the left, which means that we need to process from the box that could include this specific inline mat, which would be from 6 to 8, even though there is a main formula which we can just put as an ID. Now pause and let me know if you understand this. Because what you did right now is totally wrong. Because what the model ended up doing is that uh, basically start giving the text and the formula, giving the text and the formula, which is the inefficient approach which we talked about before. So we don't want to do. Yeah, this should be okay, I think. Let's see. Not. All right, so the process is done. Fingers crossed, this should work. Let's see. Let's process this. Okay, now we have. I don't know why the flight mechanism. Maybe it's because of the previous context. So we'll just delete this. Yeah, format the formula and inline formula. Format the formula and inline formula because Claude was, yeah, I guess it was just using the previous information to reference this equation. That's it. This should give us a fresh sense of whether it's working or not. Equation not I don't know how does it have that info. Formula 1 is just statistics. I don't know how equation one. The hell. I would say I think it's just making this up as it is not. I think Claude is making that up because it knows the formula, right? It's just getting adding a text. Yeah, cool. Now you can see it. Oh God. Yeah, now you can see it totally. And we processed this, and there's like inline math over here. So where y inlet was measured to be 1.4, this thing, And then you have the glass, the afterburner equation ratio. I think it would have been better off just processing the entire image, because all of them have internal, like, easily, when a page has formulas, they easily have a lot of inline text. For example, see this, like this has inline stuff, this has inline stuff, like this have inline stuff. That's what, that's what, you should, I mean, we should we should have tried the dumb way, which would have saved us a lot of hours, and it would have still worked out. But it's okay. But yeah, still there could be, like, this is, I think, this is an edge case sort of thing. I think, not an edge case. Most of the texts have a lot of meaningful text. So augmented jet. So this didn't come up. So that's okay. So you can see where is the difference between enthalpy. Where is 14.9? With the values of C and D, where is it? Okay, this page. Let's give you this. This gives you. Okay, and then you have page 3. You have this page 3, and then you have this one. And then inline, you have where is the different, where. So then what we should have got is that, uh, and this formula should have been here. So where 14.99, where 14.99, and yeah. The thing is, it actually, again, instead of formula 6, it put the entire formula. Mm. So this, I guess the model repeated the entire formula. It referenced formula 6, right? But in the formatted text, oh wait, are you formatting the text and then saving the JSON? And that's why do I see the actual formula 6 in the formatted text? Or is the model outputting the formatted text including the formula 6 instead of the formula 6 ID? We'll see formula 6 over here. If I scroll down, see formula 6. Oh no, this is the formula 6. I think it's writing it. I don't think so, because I can see formula 6 latex is this, and the reference is this. Maybe it's the same, I don't know. Just give me some, shed some light on this. In fact, if you see, the model is just writing the entire page. The non-afterburner jet F thrust was computed with same assumptions of 3%, because most of the time the equation has a lot of inline text. I want to see whether it's the case to other documents. See, there's a lot of image things document. Yeah, so you can see. Yeah, so this doesn't. Yeah, so for a document, and this is a very recent document, I think. And for this, you can see we what do you call? So in our approach, what would basically happen is that it'll process this, and maybe whatever that has some inline formula. This, not even this. I don't think that has inline formula at all. Yeah, so then it becomes very efficient, right? So it'll only process this and not the entire text. So yeah, cool. Overall, we can only get the ballparks right. We can't do everything. We can't get everything right. Formulas. Inline formula is this. There are very different equations. So what the hell is this? Formula 6. We have 14.9 is equals to. So we have a ratio for engine fuel and and E is equals to 14 over. I think it made this up, this fraction, I don't know. No, I think we are just trying to go we just this is just a rabbit hole. We won't never solve it. We'll accept the 0.5 to 1% edge case for now, I would say. Actually, let's revoke the recent changes. We'll actually accept the 0.5, I mean just the 5%, 10% inaccuracy here. It's because it's because this would actually make it more worse, and the probability of getting us the right response would be even less. So we'll uh, have it as the normal passing we had the prompt before, and that should be fine with the inline math regions and standard formulas where it predicted 7 to 8 instead of 6 to 8. It's totally fine. 7 to 8 should be fine for now. So let's just revoke that. This is a very edge case, and also even like let's say you're asking a definite question, you come to a formula, but still in a text sense, you'll actually go through the first few adjacent text and also the below text. And because the formula might be in what do you call the formula might be in because that's this particular issue we had, right? This okay. Yeah, so this text region we had where on this, but yeah, for this, where this is equals to this, what we can do is that this might be incorrectly chunked for sure, But because we have the bounding boxes, what we can do is to encourage the LLM, encourage the LLM that because this was part of parsing, it it can because it was part of parsing, just to validate if it's very much needed, we'll get the bounding boxes of that particular page and pass it as an image. So what we'll do is that we'll let the LLM process the above three bounding boxes and below three bounding boxes of this region. Like, for example, if it were to end up here, let it process the three above, four above, we'll take screenshots and then send it back, or maybe the entire page as an image. So this would then be validated by it. So it's basically we're splitting that we're solving that 10 to 20% accuracy with the agent instead of document parsing. Yeah, so we'll reset and run it back. Yeah, cool. Now we have 7 to 8. Yeah, okay. Yeah, awesome. As before, we have 7 to 8. That is a slight miss. So take the annotated image. Not this 14. You can see it's 7 to 8. It'll process this. Those are the inline, and it'll miss this, but it's still okay. What we'll encourage is that when it, so the thing is, this formula, we would try to have some metadata saying this is accurate, like confidence is 100%, or this is processed through a variant is accurate. And we'll encourage the model, anything that comes inside as part of a chunk, and this chunk will actually have this formula is equals to true or something like that. And whenever it comes to whenever the, and and this would be part of another chunk, let's say XYZ. X would have this chunk, Y would probably have this one. These both are validated, this is not validated. So what we would do is that we would tell it to look at the first two or three images below those last three images or whatever and verify it. So we'll solve that last mile through the agent. And yeah, we'll just note this down. Okay. We have an edge case here. We'll solve this through agent. So I'm just, my notes are very weak, right? I just put things up like this, and when I see that, I can just sort of recall it. I don't essentially type things out. We'll solve this in the last mile using agents. Using the last mile. This last mile using it. Good. Alright guys, I think we've solved formulas. To be honest, this is a very good job. I want to try and these are very old documents, and we've solved it to old ones. New ones is like piece of cake, to be honest. And they have good visualization, they have good text, they have good PDFs, very new PDF versions, and etc. And we should be safe. So I want to process one more, this one, and this has one, not this. I think it was this. Yeah, this one. I wanna process this and see. Let's process this. No, not process this. Let's process this. And I think in this case, I don't know, this might have any inline stuff, but I'm pretty sure it won't take up the entire, it wouldn't definitely take up it won't probably assume all of this to be inline, probably be a little bit here and there. And this is not inline anyway, it's just equations. So yeah, we'll see what we get back. Yeah, right. One formula page, one standalone formula, and one mat region. Okay, we'll check this. Uh, I don't know where this got info. I want to check the images as well. Annotated image. You can see this image. This is the annotated one. This is not the image. Oh, okay. Because I think that's the only annotated image because that only has a formula. And this section detected something over here. Start from box 5, end box 5. Start from box 5, end in box 5. Yeah, we'll actually copy this, put it here. And this is JSON where text is the temperature of the. I'm not sure if it starts from 5 and ends in 5. How do you do it? Vapor density. So it talks about vapor density. Mm, that's right. That's complicated and takes this specific LaTeX is quite hard. Like it'll be incorrect in an LLM, but um, let's see. This starts with 5 and ends with 5. Sort of makes sense, but still, if we were to pass this or chunk it, we'll probably, our goal is to chunk the entire, like whatever is in between, right? Like start 5 and if it ends 6, whatever is in the middle, which is a chunk the entire paragraph. If it was to give 5 to 5, not sure. What are your thoughts on this? We selected that. You know, I can still have one to like we can have numbers for each paragraph, for example, but yeah, that's just over complicating the small stuff. And this latex is should be accurate, I think. We'll just give it here. Good point. Box 4 second. I will just no, don't complicate the logic. This was right. What it did was completely right. But it was like 5 to 5. That's what we have to solve. Other than that, everything is okay. Yeah, because it's actually trying to, get the context of this and get the context of this. Like that's just stupid. Not 4 to 5. It's actually 5 to 5. Mm. What we can do is that maybe what we can do is that in edge cases where it would be uh 5 to 5 sort of thing, we'll let it output the entire paragraph, entire 5 to 5 section. Does that make sense to you? Don't code. Don't code. Yeah, because for example, the only goal why we even have start box to end box is that for inline math, what we'll do is that we'll replace the entire chunk with it. So when we chunk it, uh, in an actual chunk, five or that particular five or 5 to 6 or whatever is in the middle will be actually the chunk that is written from the LLM. That's the whole goal of it, because this will be used to chunking. Do you get what I'm trying to say? I just want to, just verify it because it understands this. Because what will happen is that we'll just assume that we just made it just to chunking, and then it'll just chunk this and also chunk again the returned info as well. We don't want that to happen. I get it now. Chunking iterates to boxes. Normal boxes using calculator. Boxes inline meant 5 to 5 factors replaces inline format. Yeah, yeah. So format 6 will be complete text of 5 to 6 where inline probably matters. The problem is VRAM only generates 5 sentences, not full paragraph. The fix update the prompt to make shift from, yeah. Yes, fix it. Yeah, box range. So 5 to 5 will, I hope, will give 5, the entire 5 text, but let's verify. Yeah, so we'll run this again. Correct factors. Yeah, right. So if I were to give this, it's 100% right. You can see it starts with where it's the temperature of the gas at the exit of the tank, and it ends with helium must have larger density correction factors. Helium must have a larger correction factors. It's correct. So what we'll do is that when chunking, all of this will have all of its basic chunks. We'll just use OCR or whatever, our docklinks chunking, and then this this would actually what is it? This would actually be an inline. It will be a formula, and then this would be the text from our model and not docklings chunk, and then this will be docklings chunk. This way we got the formula right. We also got the inline formula right. I also want to give it a shot. Thanks. I want to run it back to the 4 PDF images, 4 PDF sort of. Sorry, what the hell was that? It was. Okay. I want to run this for the previous PDF as well. Give me the. Uh, give me. Give me what? I run it. No, actually, I have the code. Oops. Service unavailable. I think I'm out of credits. Oh no, there is one more. Yeah, I think because the other image, most of them have a lot of inline stuff, right? So it's output into text. That's why you can see. I think it's loading a little bit of. It's taking a little while. So it has three inline math regions. It also has three inline math regions. The last page. So I think this one, and also this one. Yeah. Cool. I think this will definitely work, and we basically solved formula in a quite accurate level. There's a last mile 10% of inaccuracy that might come up in all edge cases, and we'll solve that through visual analysis by the agent itself. With, of course, metadata saying whether this analyzed chunk was verified or not, verified formula has formula verified or not. If it has formula, we'll encourage the model to go ahead and check it. I think this should work. There's some problem with there's a problem with open dot. Cool. I'm gonna take my lunch, guys, and I'll come back in a bit. Photo image. Mm. Awesome. Cool. Got it, guys. We'll send this and format it. So we know this formula. We've seen this a dozen times. So this is right. I can see that math we've got on the first page. That is fine. I want to see the last page because that is a bit tricky. Where non-panel is previously defined and where this thing is total pressure critical for, and this should be box 7 to 7. It shows 7 to 7. So we'll get the image and see what does it, how did, I mean the annotation. So 7 to 7, you have where, okay, this is very good because you see you have 7 to 7. So entire thing will be replaced with the accurate formula, I think. Yeah, so we'll have this where this thing, and we'll also have where this thing, because this will anyway be chunked. Well, it's still okay. Edge case, duplicate. We might have duplicate info. Agent can just not focus on the noise. And we have 9 to 9. We have 9 to 9. That's also right. So where to 9 to 9, meaning the entire 9. So this is the entire thing. We have 5 to 5. 5 to 5. Yes, not 5 to 6. So it's 5 to 5, which makes sense. And we have page number 12, 14, and this is these are inline math, not inline math, just standard formulas. And this is 4 to 4 from 7, and this is start box 9 to 10. That's the first image. That's the page 13. So we'll- oops. So page 13, you have 9 to 10. So this to 10. Should I put it over here? You have 9 to 10. Where is it? 9 to 10. Page 13, you have 9 to 10. Last one. Start box is 9. End box is 10. But you still have where T9 is equals to 75, and it's able to proactively get this info, which is very good. Awesome, guys. Formulas are pretty much solved, and I think if you this use this parsing and throw in any formula from scanned copies to mathematical formulas, rocket science formulas. So what we've solved with the rocket science, so math formulas in general could work very well for this. And any formulas or equations or whatever which has a lot of formulas, a document with a lot of formulas, a lot of conjectured text, scanned formulas, whatever will easily be solved with easily 90 to 95% accuracy using our pre-processing. So we'll pause it here. I'm going to go take my lunch and come back and we'll work on the next parts. Thank you, guys. All right, guys. So I think we've solved the formulas, and now we want to add this to the pipeline. All right, this is good. Now let's come back to what we were working on before. Probably the conversation got like it got compacted 2 times. So probably have to say, um, what do you say? We were working on document ordering. So we wanted to have final chunks that is in order. Most of everything was in order, but except formulas, because formulas you could never order them, right? But right now, but you could, without changes, you could order them, order the formulas um, in a proper way, as in such a in a document. So what changes are required to get this done? Just check the code, we'll see whether we've done made some progress, because I totally don't remember. Because I totally don't remember on the stage on document ordering or the final chunks and etc. But we have a single pipeline that would actually, given a document, would do pass everything, and yeah, it works fine. But right now we need to order it. Yeah, so both as we wanted to work on ordering, we actually like in turn worked on formulas a lot, and we basically made formula extraction much more better, worked on a lot of edge cases, and also solved ordering, which is which is decent amount of progress, I think, at least decent. So let it do the research and come back to see what is left. And yeah, if that's the case, I think according to the development plan, yeah, hierarchical chunking should be done after this. No, actually, what again? Yeah, unified pipeline, and it generated test outputs. We can see the pictures, we can see the reports, we can see the symbols, we can see the tables, and we can see the completed JSON over here. Okay, and the chunks. What we want to do is to have a huge, like, chunking. Yeah, we'll come back to this in a bit. So current state, unified chunker, formula extractor, visual listing, everything. Chunker doesn't handle formulas. Formulas, what the hell? So accept formula injection results, standalone and inline measure, and insert standalone in the correct after the correct box. Yes. Replace the text in like a yes. Update the unified pipeline uses and pass formulas into chunker. Yes, implement this. That's what we want to do. Cool. We're slowly getting there. quickly check the code if we are, sorry, if are we sending the symbols, metadata to, or to the formulas, tables, and images for their parsing pipelines. Okay, we don't save it, but it's okay. It's in test output slash pipeline test. You see the chunks. Okay, so here I can also see that there's a little bit of problems over here. One is no symbols, symbols, context. Two, in chunks we have noise uh, from images. We should only save the images which is relevant, which are equals to true, because we already did, we just have to filter it. These images are also okay. So formula, and these are the formulas. So I'll check from the first one, and this is the first formula, and it's coming airflow. The engine airflow was calculated from the pressure. Okay, see this somewhere here. The engine airflow, okay, here. So you see this chunk, the engine airflow was calculated from the pressure and temperature measurement updates the engine inlet duct by the following equation. And then we have the equation and we have the right equation over here. You can see that is equals to square root of something, right? Yeah, this one minus 1. This is right. And then the gas flow at the exit of afterburner was then computed uh, and then you have this particular equation, and then it will be equivalent ratio, that is right. And you also have the huge, not a normal equation, equation ratio, this one, and then you have some text, and no, wait, you have some equation ratio, you have this entire text. Yeah, so E14.99, where is it? So you should have equivalent ratio, it was computed as, and you would have this is missing, I think. Afterburner. Okay, what we'll do is that just take this. What I want to do is to get access to the text, page number 12, and just format this. This is page 13. We'll just do until page 12 until this. Okay. Chat. Format this properly. Oops. Copy this. Okay, so you have methods of calculation. This is right, and you have this right. The gas flow. Okay, this got this equation right. And you also have the equation ratio. The engine equal ratio is computed as. Okay. Hmm. This formula seems to be missing. Come back to this later. This is page 12 formulas, and the last formula seems to be missing. But I'm pretty sure this would be detected because in our last tests, all of this was accurately detected. I think this is to do with some adding it properly or adding it, not adding it, we're missing to adding it in the right space or something like that. Can you please check on this? And also, are we saving the annotated version and also the JSON for each page as well? If then we can take a look at it. Because after this, we have this equation and that's missing. And here maybe we can find, oh, I think we have to hold this thing. Extract figure is okay. And then for formulas, formula rejections here, okay. You can see formula 5. We have this formula. Yeah, pipeline test formula rejection. I think this is the formula. Yeah. So OS formula is rejected. So detection is working. The issue is chunker formula field inserted after the box 12, but it's not properly appearing. It's not in the chunks. That's the thing. Or it's somewhere else. Not sure. Let's see what we get from this. See this annotated image also. I mean, of course, only because of annotation we get it. Maybe this formula has. Can you see after box 12 and see this image? After box 12. Yeah, so it should have been after box 12. Wait. If it's after box 12, sometimes the second page will also have after box 12, right? You can, like, for example, the second page will have after box. How do you track it? Like, because for us only for single page, in a single page you have 1 2 3 4, but if it's a new page, if it's a second page will start from 1 to 0. When it comes back, how do you know it's, how do you know that second page's 12 is not third page's first or second? Like, that matching will not work. So let's see. I see the box numbering. You should visualize boxer number that's sorting before double bottom and all of the different, the chunker only reaches box number. Yeah, sort by page number and then box to match visualization box order, right? Because you can't, because the second page will also have 10 boxes, then or 11. That box's location is different from the first boxes, right? They have very different location. So I think this will fix the issue. That's it. Okay, we'll run it again. Okay, let's try that. Mismatches. Yes, and you got the formula. We'll verify. We'll just send to Claude and verify this. Methods of calculation. This is where the 12th page is starting. So we'll send this. Yes, send it. Oops. I can see there's one last one over here, Formula 4. Off the burner, and you have this equation. Is there an equation after this? I can see that. Data cuts off equation 4, which defines the engine equivalent ratio. Check this. Yeah, we already selected this. Now, so we can see the JSON. This has the entire formula. There's 5 formulas, to be honest. Check the formula rejection results in JSON as well. Just ran it, right? Ran the same code. I ran this once you updated the code. No, before that, I would like to know uh, how uh, how are you handling uh, how are you handling the order, because the format detection pipeline gives you information on which page, which yeah yeah sorry which the formula exists under what box, right? For example, box 12 in our case. But when you merge it back in a flow, how do you know box 12's location? Like, you would need to, do you run it again, or how does it work? So I literally just want to know, how would you even when you output the final chunks, how would you know the location of 12 in order to put this formula beneath 12? Because I'm also thinking, I think you already solved it, but you might have, like, we are only seeing one page, page 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. But but when the LLM reads the second page, for the second page, it will also do, um, before 1, before 2, before 3. I guess we're already handling it by sorting out depending on the page, but I'm just curious to know. Also, yeah, so I also want to sort of see if I can influence the layout detection model to not detect stuff like this. Like this is very small. This doesn't need to be a paragraph. So we can pass in some minimum width or something like that, like make it 50 or 60. So then text that are probably in this size is considered to be a paragraph, and the other ones could just work on OCR or chunking. So let's see. Visualize Reranker black boxes page. Formula, you skip the formulas. Sort by B box. Page. Found issue. Yeah, this is one use case. What if both are different? Not sure how accurate this will be, but let's see. This time we have a page header. What if we have something else? This will work, but this is only for one page header only. I'll be like just format formula. This thing to be in order, because after a paragraph, if you have two or three formulas, I want the formulas to be order. But I think generally, and generally the model will put it in order, so it's okay. We'll just assume that the model will put it in order. So we'll just yeah, for now just don't worry about it. Just focus. We'll focus on the model being able to generate it in an order. And even if there's an edge case where you have a full. So the thing is, we're using box.text, and this chunk is using doc iterate items. Now the thing is like this: this number can change a lot. This can be even 15. If this count was 15, then um, I'm not sure. I think 5 to it if it's 15, because you would not know whether it's in the first row, maybe it's in the fifth, or you'd never know if it's in the last. You'd never know. Actually, guys, what we should do is that for the chunker, we actually should use doc.text. We don't want anything else to be chunked, because we're anyway chunking like text items. We are chunking all the text. Images, look, declass, we're already doing images as well, so then we are safe. And we pretty much take care of all the other remaining stuff. For example, like images, figures, and those are the only things in a document. That there's nothing else. Even though if it was something else, it'll probably fall inside figures or images. So I think what we should do is that, for example, the declassified whatever. No, sorry, this is actually this declassified. But I mentioned because it was you yeah, it's doing in a different formatting. It's pulling it from that. So yeah, I think we should just we would wanna use the chunker to use doc dot text. And this will anyway work because like it's very hard coded, very specific. We know that page headers are causing this. Sometimes an image might cause it. You'll have a NASA logo, and that's classified as an image, which will be inside iterate items. But you're only iterating to text when you do visual items. That's the issue here. Uh, or what we can do is that we can use iterate items for visualizers boxes. Like either way should work. The thing is, you can't rush this out. You have to try it, and you have to manually look through all, each and everything and try to fix it. So it'll definitely take a bit of time. So yeah, uh, this makes sense, and this is quite hard coded, so this will work. But if you were to see it in a general sense, iterate items might have image, might have something else. And even though we detected 10 texts, if there was many images part of the same this thing, same page, it will probably be 15, 16, 17, 18. So we can, and it'll be in different positions. So we cannot, we'll be wrong if we were to depend on removing page headers. So there's two things we can do. I think one, we can make visualize, we can make the chunker to only, instead of dot iterate items, it can do dot text only, because we are anyway taking care of the rest of the chunks like images to figures, formulas, and everything. So we basically, in a rocket science documents, that's what exists, like usually, or maybe 100% of the documents. And of course we also take care of tables. So what the chunker can take care of the text only, and we have custom pipelines for tables, formulas, and formulas, what's that, what hell is it? And equations, and for sorry, that's the equations, formulas, and then for images and figures, so we can do that. If not, what we can do is that we probably can make visualize boxes items dot sorry, we can make that iterative items, which means that declassified right now, or images will also be marked as in as a box, but still visualize boxes only. I mean, of course you'll only have, but in this case it'll match 15 over 15. But second thing is that it's still a box, right? It doesn't need to be text. Sometimes you might have images. Right now you could have a formula that is under an image. So if you were to use iterate items, that image would also be what do you call, a box, and it'll have a number, and our formula will be under that or something. So there's two options. Think through that. Like, first of all, let me know, am I missing anything? If not, what approach would work? Because that's the generalized approach, and that would scale probably for all the documents, and we can be sure that it sort of works. All right, so you're absolutely right to think about general analyze text one, box one, chunk item, text one, right? Image two, not seen. Image two, picture item, not continued. Text two, box two, box two. This works by accident because the chunk only counts text item, but if there's a page header which is text, and not just page header, even if you have an image or anything like section header, whatever, and some NASA logo or something. And option one, chunk iterate item textually doctor text matches it. We use control, we use document ordering for tables and pictures. The chunker currently needs iterate items to interwheel tables. Yeah, true. We would need to we have to do the latter part of it. So option two, visualize bucket number all items, pros. Yeah, we'll do option two. Yeah, I guess it. So both sides iterate identically guaranteed match. Cons is that you'll see around images too, but this is actually useful information. Yeah, that's good. Yeah, well, let's do option two. But before that, I'm also curious. Could we intervene? No, I don't think we can intervene because we are it's doing doc. We're gonna do iterate items, right? So usually items when you iterate through all the items, you can't filter it like and you don't want to filter it. Um, yeah, and if you were to yeah, you shouldn't filter it, I think. And also just to not confuse the model, just curious, could we filter out um like when we do iterate items, could we just filter? No, I shouldn't. We shouldn't filter as well because at the end, when we even do, when we still do the final filtering iterative items, that wouldn't filter, right? So even if you filter this and get the answer, then no. So we'll just go with option two. So this should work. Let's see. Hopefully, should. I'm not sure why are we importing this, but it's okay. Wait, actually, I'm not sure about it. If item level, visualize boxes all iterative items, and then in the chunker all items, count all the non-formula items. So hello. Before you make this change, I just saw the above code. Why are we counting all the non-formula items? Why? Should we count the non-formula items? Does non-formula items even make sense? Because we're using iterate.items for both the chunker and also the what do you call also the formula extraction, which means the image will have all the item images that the chunker still has. And at this point, this having or counting non-formula items makes sense. No, I mean I could be wrong and it'll be like yes, it just makes sense. Or be like I could be missing something. Let me know. This makes sense. So why non-formula specifically? Toggling detects some formulas as text and we label formula. Skip this because we don't want to draw a numbered box around the formula. We're detecting where formulas go. Oh, true. Yeah, true. Because dockling actually could detect this is a formula. We're counting text item, visualizing about counting regular. Text item formula, we skip it. Yes. Non-formula, we counted. Chunker is also we counted. We skip it. No, that makes sense. We skip both in the both end. So yeah, it'll be accurate. Makes sense. Proceed. Okay, now I think this should work. You should verify it. You can also see. Now you have afterburner and you have page 12, you got the formula. Okay, so this is working. So we'll copy the CA. Yep, yeah, it's working. Cool. We'll copy this just to visually show it to you guys, but I can sense it because in doing it, I have all the memory on my. We can just quickly skim through things and just assume things. Yeah, I can just quickly skim through things and understand whether it's working or not. But I just want to show it to you clearly. So send this. For example, this is also noise. Like declassified stuff. These stuff are noise. Uh, yeah, which will be removed. I think which will be removed. Which will be removed. I think, yeah. We see VLM extractor true, right? What we can do is that type picture. Yeah, we will remove this. Cool. Cool. Come down and you can see afterburner has this formula. Very nice. We will quickly go through page 13. Mm, Let's do the same thing. Just send it to Claude and just get an accurate representation. Send this page 13. Yeah. So this should start from this var 14.9 because we're dealing with chunks now, which are merged. And you can see, can you see where for 14.9 the document alpha ratio is meaningful for the oops 14.9 alpha ratio of the engine fuel for after burner, and you have where the hell this is come from. It has put and it has taken this particular listing where the difference between carbon dioxide and incoming text and carbon dioxide, and then you have this, and then yeah, so efficiency until this it's there, the chunk is there, but bad order. We have jet thrust was computed as we have oh my god, we have school is to trust. This is totally missing. Okay, fine, but check page 13. I think we have a couple of issues. Don't quote, but understand what the issues are. Okay, and I'll take a screenshot of this. This is the raw image screenshot. This is page 12 screenshot. Uh, Formulas, page 12 meaning, yeah, this is 13 for the model. And I think I know what the reason is. We have 1, 2, 3, 4. please investigate everything and come back. The thing is, because we have detailed images, we also have detailed chunk output, and we also have all chunks output of each image. The debugging should be mostly accurate because it can just filter out uh, and look into the JSON, filter out the things, and just can see all items on the page 13. It's also getting all the AB boxes and etc. So should be accurate. I mean, just see, guys, we're spending how much? 744. Really, it's the day three, and we're probably. I thought we'll wrap up formulas in 1 hour or so when I started off, but just see the level of effort that it takes to solve stuff like this. Uh, and this too, using Claude code. Um, of course, it has definitely, it does a lot of work, or else this stuff is like easily like 2 week stuff too. Like our 3 day work is probably like 2 3 week work, like at least 2 weeks, 3 weeks work, depending on who does the code. And more than that, like solving, that's why usual, like what do you call it? This usual chunkers and usual open source stuff you use or whatever just fails so badly because there it requires so much energy, so much understanding, so much effort to solve domain level documents. Like this is a domain level documents, and it's specifically for rockets and aerospace companies or docs. You can see how much of an effort this takes to be solved, and we have not solved it. So that's why this, like using lang chain to split by 512 chunks, and then you sort of save it in a quadrant. Just like basic document chunking, this just doesn't work. There's so much work to it, and I'm sure we'll probably now this is only the page we've seen, only page 2. We have to see page 3, and then you have to cross check this with another. I want to reference to check cross, at least check with one more document to see if is everything going all right or not. So much work. Okay, find the bug. The VRAM written incorrect inline math regions. Wrong should be 4. So start box should be 3 and 4. We'll actually 4. We'll just, we'll anyway verify it just to be safe. We're working with this one and saying that it should have returned go to formula rejection and bounding box after box inline math regions. And here they should have returned start 3 and 4. This is a bug. Should have been 4. True. It's saying 3 to 5, no? It's actually 3 to 4. Because fourth one, yeah, so it's 3 to 4. And that's why because it's 3 to 5, 5 has its, I think 5 is doing some passing, I don't know, whatever. And then there's some confusion straight. So results box 5 content organizer is completely lost because formula 7 appears immediately after 6. The correct inline math region to include box 5, which is completely different. Let me check if the formula text includes box 5 content. I don't think so. Formula text only contains. This can't be true because mm, chunking will be accurate, right? Because even if you have extra one division and then you chunk it, and it doesn't have one division, still you remove all the space and chunks, it's completely different. You can use that. Yeah, I think what we'll do, fix VLM prompt, and let's use this model. Now what we'll do, we'll just fix VLM prompt, and if it doesn't work, we'll change the model. Because this is a 32 billion 30 32 billion parameter model, and it's just a magic that stuff like this even at complex scales works at a 32 billion parameter model level. Usually you'll end up, if you're working on an ITAR environment, and if your research company is well funded, they'll have a lot of GPUs, NVIDIA B200s or H100s. Then you can just just pause all the NLP work and be like, I need this for 2 days, and just load up a huge model like Qwen's 235 billion parameter model. I think it easily needs a couple of GPUs, but you can afford it. You can get it and do all the post processing, high quality work done. But if you are working with a very small company who has a couple of GPUs, and those are also small GPUs, they already have works going on, they'll be like, for processing we can only give this much of time, because for we are working on something like this. Then you might have to default for a lower model. But in the end of the day, guys, we are trying to squish, try to, I don't know how you pronounce it. You're trying to um um extract all possible, do whatever we can with a small model. So hoping when models intelligence increases, or when we change up the model, essentially most importantly the open source models, it'll just work magically most of the time. It'll just work. It's more intelligence. From day one it should work. So that's what we're using, small model, and trying to figure out and doing things in a way that a small model would be accurate. A small model that could accurately do. One thing is that it gives you future support. Second thing, also support for low computation environment where you'll only have a couple of GPUs. You still have a solution to go for. But okay, I think this prompt, it's detailing a standalone from's main equations displayed on their own inline, not inline with text. After the box after immediately, what is see? Text box containing inline matrix expression, variables, equations, critical rule. Only group boxes that are part of the same paragraph continuously. Never extend the region across a section header or new paragraph topic. Start box and end box must only include boxes whose appears in the format of text. Format text must contain complete text of all boxes in the range. Mhm. I think it's okay. We'll just go for it. Another fan, uh, I don't know, no, this is okay, but you don't wanna, we are restricting it. Sometimes the model must assume some things and miss it. That's the thing. But we'll run it one more time and check what we get back. But this should just do. But I want to just test it with diverse amount of PDFs, just uh, amount of equations and formulas, just to make sure it's not a non-generalized pattern. Okay, I think we got page 13. I think still the same error. Let's see. Yeah, guys, same error. In fact, we've missed this as well. But if I just take this formula in 13 page, I just put this. Oh wait, it's still running. Oh, I'm looking at the old data, right? Yeah, now I think we can check it. I think there's a decent amount of change. So page 13. Format this properly. I see this is in the wrong location. These are okay. And we completely missed the augmented trust ratio section. Well, before this, I would like to change the no, how far of this, how far could this be accurate? And could we reprompt the LLM with anything, or could we, or is there any way we can reprompt it, or maybe even call the second time saying this is an issue, you have to see on this and pass the same info where the LLM could correct it? Or could we make any predictions that this could be after this or before that or something? But I think sending it to the LLM should be a good approach. Give me your thoughts. I think I don't understand the group. Actually, the thing is, I can't make a decision properly because I don't even know what, or maybe it's sort of glitched to me. First, I don't even have a good sense of why this is an issue in the first place. I'm not sure why, but just using examples or the current issue that we are working with, thoroughly explain me what is going on and why is it a problem and why is it going wrong. Just show it to me visually if possible. Because guys, I want to relate to, because if I don't understand it properly, we'll be like, yes, option one works, option two works, but you'll never know. It could be a very simple thing to solve because I don't understand it much. It's um understand, I don't, probably my mind is dead right now, but yeah, because I don't understand it, I'm not able to come up with a good fix. So let's exactly understand what's happening step by step and then come to a conclusion. Maybe it's very simple, we can easily solve it or something. Sanjay, comment anything. Mm. Okay. maybe I think when the maybe I- maybe I think what the LM is trying to say is that it's from box 3 to 5. So maybe it's not 5, but until 5, until the start of 5 or something like that. Do you understand? If this is the case, what impact would it have in other edge cases we try to deal the same? I mean, what edge cases we were trying to handle with this? Would it still work out if you assume if the LLM were to say 3 to 5, then it means 3 full, 4 full, and then until the start of 5. And in the last time we also saw a use case where it said 5 to 5. Only if it's 5 to 5, then we do take the whole thing, like the exact whole paragraph. Like I'm just assuming, is that how we should work this out too? And I would also assume if the LLM were to give 7 to 8, I would mean 7 to 8. I mean like start of 8, not 8. Because if it's full 8, then it's getting near 9. Sorry for confusing, but do you understand what I'm trying to say? Yeah, because 3 to 5 meaning, yeah, it's until 5, right? You can, yeah, it's probably giving this and not actually 5. 5 to 5, if that's the case, then we can assume that it's 5 to till the end. Or I'm not sure. Let's see. Up to 5, not including 5. Start box 5, inbox 5, box 5, same box, include in fully. Start box 7, inbox 8, box 7, only up to 8. 8 by 6, start box 6, box 6. This is Python's range, which gives 3 to 4, not 3, 4, 5. Yes. Let me verify this. Current inclusive 6 and 8 to 10. Yeah, exactly. So this would fix the bug. Edge cases, William says 3 to 4, meaning to include both 3 and 4, we'd only get 3. We would need to, I think it'll say, if it's 3 or 4, it'll probably say 3 to, if it's the whole paragraph, if let's say 4 is the whole paragraph, it'll say 3 to 5. My simple interpretation is safer because it's errors on the sky, not people. Could, yeah, this would make sense, but also prompt this in the LLM when you mean we have to be clear with our interpretation as well. So just include this in the prompt as well, what we mean in the interpretation. So it should also follow the same interpretation, and which means if the edge cases would also be solved, right? To address your second edge case, I think won't it still be intelligent enough to understand the interpretation we use uh, and then give mention 3 to 5? Don't jump into code yet. We'll just talk this through. If not, we can still have another variable to it saying uh, um, if it's 3 to 5, then have another variable saying 3 to up to 5 or up to 6 or something like up to or something like that. Think through properly and let me know. Yeah, this is solvable, guys. Very simple. It's just interpretation. Like you would mean 3 to 5. I could assume that 5 you want to include 5 as well. Another interpretation will be you have to include, you don't need to include, it's only up to 5 and stuff like that. Intelligence model, like Claude and OpenAI will easily handle it, like because they're very well trained on language interpretation and like contextual, like situational awareness. This model is quite dumb, so you just need to explain the interpretation aspect as well. Yeah, how should we include Rockstar VLAN output? Start box inbox means tree not for include. Fine problem. What about a single box region? Range 5 to 5 empty in Python. So start with 5 and bit 5 would be nothing. William would need to say start with 5 end with 6 just for 5 box. Also use last box instead of end box. Start box. Last box means 3, 4. 4 is the last box. Start box 5 box. 5 means 5. Just one box. Close clear last box. Comments. Keep inbox but that explicit flag. Yeah, this might mess up the flag. Rename inbox to last box with clear implementation. Start box to first box in the region, last box to last box in the region. Yeah, before we tried any of this, I just want to add a prompt, interpretation prompt to the LLM saying that when you mean end box, we assume it's up to the end or something like that. No, actually, I guess it's getting confusing, guys. There's two ways. I don't know whether two ways will work, whether it's up to will also still work. Mm. Yeah, we'll just try B and C. 3 and 4. Last box, so 3 to full. Start box is 3. Last box is 5. And yeah, 5 means first start is also 5. Last is also 5. Yeah. We'll go with option B. We'll see. If this works, then fine. Okay, I think this should work. See. Now, also, this is very accurate and even training models. For example, you saw Doctrine, right? I'm pretty sure they've probably, just a minute. Yeah, they probably trained it on like easily more than 50 to 50,000, maybe even 100,000 samples of tables. You have 100,000 data. You've trained it, all of them are different, all of them are good. You spent a lot of money, and once you come to this, it bluntly fails. The model will bluntly fail, like it'll easily fail. And that's one of the reasons why, if you have to train a model, you have to have the data sets. Like, if you, let's say we are doing it, or maybe when we might do it in the series, we're training a model, we have to get all of the data sets properly, and those have to be, the data has to be very much labeled. For example, examples like this, like stuff like this, and it has to be very specific and also very accurate as well. And you have to do it across like 50,000 training data set. Data is not enough at all. You need to get it to, you need to spend a ton of money and get a bigger parameter model, not a 250 MB parameter model for this to work. You have to get, the model has to be quite huge. I'm not sure about the parameters and etc. Depends. It's not an entirely on LLM. It's probably like we probably using transformers. That's how IBM has done it, like, with using the Dockling model. We can do it in the same way, but we have to spend a lot of money, and it has to be, you have to expand the data sets. That's why there's a huge difference between GPT-3 and GPT-5, because technically there's a lot of, like, it has seen a lot of pages, and it has converted so many, like the output of the pages has been, like, training data sets, input and output has been very long. So no point training models. You can literally use a VLM and understand, because we don't have the money for it, of course. Like, of course, I don't even want to spend like $1,000 or $2,000 for sure. That's not enough at all in the first place. You can literally, you solve it through understanding for specific documents and writing custom pipelines. That has been very effective. So that's one good thing that you can learn from this. So let's run this and see. Hopefully this should work. Only if this work, we can move for the next one. Okay, so it's done. Let's see the chunks. There's a good chance this might fail, so I'm not expecting this to be successful, but if it's successful, then good. It shouldn't fail, but it might fail. I think it's yeah, it's probably failing. Pipeline test chunks. Wait, what's going on? You can see the JSON. I think the JSON will be the same thing too. Page number, the JSON here, not the image. Annotated image. Should put the annotated image here. Script. Let's put this. Expands it. So I think it's still saying start box last 13th, right? Saying start box 3 and last box is 5. No, I think that's not the issue. It's okay, but you have to clearly tell the interpretation. Like you need to tell what do we mean, clearly mention that what do we mean by last box and give examples that last box means that we actually using box 5. And also one thing I can see is that we want to add the numbers on the very left. Wait. Also one thing, I think the model might be confused. For example, you can see 4 and 5, right? But the letter 5 is actually on top of the border of the fourth box, so it might be confused. So what we can do is that uh, you have maybe we'll instead of uh, you have to put the number like 4 or 5, the box on the left, the very top left. So not so if you put to the, I'm not sure how do you mention, but it shouldn't be overlapping with each other. So it should be in the very left, and not overlapping. And you have to do for even or odd, you have to use different colors. Use blue and black. Very light. It should be colorful, not colorful. Use red and blue. So a dark red and blue for odd or even, doesn't matter. And yeah, include the image to have the number on the very left, not on top of the border. So the border should not be covered by the ID number or something. And before you make any change, do you understand what I'm trying to say? And let's take a screenshot of this. I think, yeah, just take a screenshot of it and send it so it knows. There's also a good chance. Oh, Oh, Whisper actually failed, so then record it. Okay, got it. Got used to these tools. The thing is, you can clearly see like 5 is actually covering 4, and um, basically the LLM could assume that 4 and 5 is like a single paragraph. It's a current problem. That's like, yeah, because it's a VLM, right? Um, it'll assume things. You can easily assume things. Current problem: the box number 4 and 5 placed on top of the border that may overlap in a confused fix. Yeah, exactly. After the fix will be that, and the second one, the odd or even, it doesn't matter, but it should be positioned as in a different color. So we know it. Know the box is different, and the odd ones is different. Are different. So what we can do is that we'll have red, blue, yellow, and then red, blue, yellow. So just to be even more clear, or red and blue, red, blue. Dual color is okay. Yeah, this makes sense. Go ahead and make the change. Yeah, we'll change this and see if that fixes it, then fine. If not, we'll add one more additional prompt uh, to uh, to explain the interpretation. If it doesn't work, then we have to change the entire approach. But let's see, this should work. Yeah. And actually, we don't need to mention this. Like, we don't need to tell it's odd and even, and they need to mention this in the box. Inline max 6 of inline. And we like, do not mention about colors and stuff. Uh, we don't need to mention that in the prompt, or odd, or even all those colors and odd or even stuff. Yes, and okay. Actually, guys, it's stupid shit. When I meant stuff, it meant like, uh, yeah. No, the last change I just mentioned you that you should skip the colors, but it's good if you can have a clear definition, or maybe, or what we mean through the interpretation as well. So interpretation prompt is also necessary. Feel free to add it as well. Yeah, last box inclusive, which is part of the region. Yeah, start box 3, last box is 4, region includes box 3 and 4 on the box total, start by 5, one box, start by 5, last box included, yeah, 3, 4, 5, box, yeah, that's good. Yes. Yeah, and what I want to do, say, or like mention as well, like for example, this numbers you see, right, 1, 2, 3, 4, but you see over here, when you put this in the left, the stem will actually be all overlapping with this particular form text or whatever as well. Now you necessarily don't want that to happen. Mm, I think now I can run this, but I want to say, for example, this would go for the left, and this would also come into the left, and the VLM wouldn't see this particular text. Two options is that first one, easiest one, we can pass the entire text, like page text, to the VLM, so it could make precision, but still, the only reason we give this to the VLM because it shouldn't miss the formulas. So I'm hoping, I want to ask if we can, if only if we have an item or a box, something on the left hand side, we have not on the left hand side, any side, we want to put it, we want to we basically want to put it in the opposite side, so then it wouldn't cover the this thing. So I'll just, yeah, we'll just mention this as well. Before that you could see this image, paste it, this. Now without change, 10 would actually be most of the time be covering the formula on which is on the ninth, which is the ninth box. Is there a way we can uh, depend, if there a way that we can decide whether if there's anything, if our number would probably cover something, put that into a region that has some white space, or in our case just put 10 onto the right, or something like that. It would differ by situation, so we need to exactly know whether we can, if there's a way to know uh, whether 10 would actually um cover the number. Probably docking might have something like that, or the items could give you some info. Just check on this and let me know. Also, one more thing, you can see the numbers are in yellow color. What I would do is that if the odd border is red, then this should also have red color. And the odd is blue, then it should also have blue. So just an extra push saying that ID actually belongs to that specific box. Let's try this and see. Yeah. Just to save context, can we just, or maybe just save them? Oops. Just to save time, can we just process the images only, like just try the formula rejection and just verify it works, and then we can try the whole pipeline? Because I'm sure we might need to make a lot of change and test like the painting part of it in the first place, like the borders and etc. And once we figure this out properly, we can test the entire flow. Okay, thought compact conversation. But actually see this images. Annotated image. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So the second one is 4. Yeah, this is on the right, which is good. 8, 10. The thing is, this is very clean, looks very clean. This one ice is very blue, red. Looks very ugly, but it works. As long as it works, it's enough. And you can see this, right? There's this, even on both. This is 10, this is 12, and then this entire thing is 11. We have to, yeah, hopefully, I have to see how it handles it. I don't want to say anything because it's the entire block is 11, then it could assume this could be 11. That's why you have thinking models. Like thinking models, you just think through this. The other models would not think through this at all. Like they'll be just, okay, this is in the 11, just put it at 11, sort of thing. Thinking models will actually think for stuff like this. Like they'll reason through stuff like this. That's the advantage of like reasoning models for VLOs. I'm not sure if maybe this is a thinking version. Let me see before I see the models. Playgrounds, chat. It was N3VL, I think. VL30. Oh, there's a. hmm, I think we're using this VL30 to be Qwen VL330 to be instruct. Um, Maybe I can use thinking version will take time. It'll just think through a lot of things. That's also another issue because you can't control the reasoning. I don't think you can control the reasoning in Qwen models. So that's another issue. Blockers over blockers. Yeah. Looks good, including the overlap between the paragraph numbers. But just see the second page. You can see that 15 is actually covering 14. Now, you can't get everything right. You so you just give one try and we're mostly there. Just mostly there. I see the issue on page 14. Label 15 is overlapping with A plums. Isn't the current logic cheeks for overlaps, but not with other labels? Let me fix it. see it more. Should we test first one? The hell? What image were you reading? Oh, sorry about that. Actually, what image were you seeing? But anyway, like VLMs are reading images also, so okay. Mm. Okay, still the same issue. Actually, it's still the same. It's still the same. But I want to know in dockling, is there a way that we can specify what a minimum items width or height could be? For example, just see 15, it's very small. I mean, to be realistically, that would probably mean like a dot or something like that. Like if there was a way to really um, uh, eliminate like dots and stuff like that by enforcing some variable like the minimum item length or the height or should be like this or something like that. Dockling should have something like that. Just let me know. It might not have it too. Just check the docs or check the code and let me know if we can influence or remove like very small stuff like 15 because it's very small. Like like, it doesn't need to be an item in the first place. Check it. Let me know. So because this and in fact even like for example see this the second one this doesn't need to be a number in the first place. I've already cloned the dockling code. Just go through the docs and the code. I would say just go through this code because docs wouldn't probably have this info. public. Yeah. So with this, would this be still accurate when we do the chunks and also for because we use iterate items, right? I hope so. Yeah, just minimum checks. I think yeah, should apply to. Yeah, let's do it. And if we do that, we can get rid of like basic stuff like this 15, this 2, which are very small. And yeah, this the painting should be even more clear. And these are noise, right? Like you initially wanna like if there's like 5 or 6 dots or some sort of dots that the layout model detects, then all of this will be jumbled. 15 will be there, 17 will be there, 13 will be here. So we just remove as much as noise as possible. So I also want to remove this stuff or maybe declassified, but then you have to run this through one another pass of an LLM. So that's another API call. That's so yeah, we get rid of that. Minimum assumption point for scaling to filter tiny items. This value in filter out small dots. Yeah, very dots, small dots. If it doesn't filter out, we increase the inches or centimeters. I guess inches. to. I think it's better we add this config to one single place. There's a config called the file called config.py. Add it there and import it. So then we can share the same numbers. If not, I have to change both files. I might miss one and it might be an issue. Have a better variable name as well, because min item it could mean anything. Okay, we'll check this. Yeah, so right now this is not detected. 2, 3, 3 is okay. 4, 6, second one. 1, yeah, so these are also not detected. That's good. Second one, 5, 6, 7. Good. Let's check this one. Yeah, very good, guys. So first one, second one, and now this formula says box, but yeah, we know it can be a box sometimes. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Yeah, this is good. Yeah, it's good. Okay, good. I think what else can we do? Also, if you see the images, you can see exception. Like actually, for this, for example, there's two things I want to cover here. One is that the equation or the formula itself is a box right now, and the second thing is that, for example, check the 14th annotated PNG. It has 7 and then 8 and 9, but 7 and 9 are very small boxes that's inside the box 8. So then we basically want to say is that what we add, so we can't should I stop blabbering in some time? So we need to somehow let the model come out, let the model plan this out, but at the end of the day our goal is to uh, l- uh, get an accurate, the sort of a goal is to accurately predict things and accurately come up with a proper solution. So what we want to do is that even though there's confusing edge cases, we want the model to be proactive and intelligent enough to decide what it should, what it should select. For example, if there's like two boxes, very small boxes like 7 and 9 inside box 8, then for inline, what do you call, for inline math matching, uh, the model needs to know that in order for this passing to be successful, it needs to point at 8 because 8 covers 7 and 9 sort of thing. So what we need to do is that just encourage or trick, not trick the model, but then just encourage it to use its domain intuitions, and also its training data. This is trained stuff, and this is basically being proactive and just reasoning that this could be the best thing. Also, I would say that we are using a non-reasoning model, so have um yeah, we'll actually change the model. We might change it to a reasoning model, but then it's fine for now. Just let me know what don't jump into the code, just give me your thoughts. So I think what we should do is that, if because this is a non-reasoning model, we can slightly, not a lot, slightly increase its accuracy by asking it for a reason. And then the reason, it'll probably reason this is what we have to do because we have to do like a reason, and then by that's probably making an accurate prediction. If not, we should use a reasoning model. But for this, I guess we can just ask it to reason. So I've found everything is boxes. We actually skip this with formula label, but dockling might detect the formula visually as something else, maybe picture or text, which means the investigate level. Could also be docklings. Layout model detects the formula. We already skipped formulas. Yeah, that's good. No, I think we can do a good pre-filter here, and it could be quite accurate as well, because you can see there's 879, right? Let's try pre-filtering, and we'll also try option 2 as well. We'll actually not, yeah, we'll actually just use pre-filtering. And we'll add the small prompt to the model saying for edge case. No, let's not add anything. Let's not add anything, to be honest. Let's not confuse the model. For now, just work on pre-filtering, and we'll come back and change the model if needed, but pre-filtering should give us a good boost. Yeah, so let's see. And also, like, for example, 7 and 9 is actually part of 8, right? Like it's inside 8. To be honest, it's mostly inside 8. It's usually like 80% inside 8. So what probably can do is that just get rid of 7 and 8 and visually show this as 8. Yeah. Which means this has to, like, this change should be part of both chunks and also the other one. for the visual analysis. Excuse me. Boxes are mostly contained. Yeah, we'll just see. Hopefully, this should be fine. And send formula containment test. Test. I think it's not as accurate as before. Why are you shouting? Yeah, but if you see the 12th one, no, I think this is also part of the size filter. So this gas flow Alexis was actually part of the size filter. I didn't notice it, but this should have been the text as well. Cool. I can see that. It's fine. I want to say. Yeah, that looks good, but I have one issue. I was just going through the page 12 annotated PNG, what I basically I see the gas flow at exit should have been included as well, but it was not included. It's probably because um, it's a single line, and you see this image. Um, an edge case here would be that when we remove very small text, we wanna basically make sure that they could be wide. If it's wide enough, then it's probably a text. You can't you I'm not sure how you are allocating for the filtering of um filtering the size filter, but if it's wide, then it would probably you can't exclude it. It has to be included. You understand what I'm trying to say? So I think it's basically checking for the height and not the width. If it's above, if it's more than a certain width, it's probably a text. You understand? Filters are if either two are small, it should be only filter both are too small. The single line of text is maybe 300 points, but short logic it gets filtered because the height is below threshold and the logic shares because the width is above threshold. So if both width and height are below thresholds, only filter if the width and height are above below thresholds. Width and height. Actually, it should only be height, guys, not width. If it's wide enough, then it's probably a paragraph. Even if it's very small, it's still a paragraph at the end. No, if it can also be a very small a number as well, which is also wide enough. So I think a wide single line of text should be kept even if it's short. Filter both. Yeah, we'll try this. But this was good. Formula containment test was good because we got rid of the unnecessary two boxes inside the boxes. And yes, we have that included here. Let me get this up. It's not coming. Open up 12, and you can see 10 is also included. Okay, so in 14, okay, and 13 has come up. Okay, there's this discrepancy. Good, but we have got this. Basically, what I mean is that if it's wide enough, that's probably a paragraph. We shouldn't skip it. But if it's like, if it's sort of like a square, or if it's like very small, for example, this 13 is quite small, not just points, but it's not wide enough, and it's also not, and it's not really, it doesn't have a good height as well. This is odd. This is sort of odd. So we have to sort of filter stuff like this. Oops, I think the input is text. we'll try one more last time. Formula area filter test. So yes, it's good. Yeah, very good. Cool, looks good. Awesome, looks good. Awesome, looks good. And one more thing, just want to clarify. Now, for example, uh, do you think we should inform the LLM on why we are doing this vision, or why are we even asking for like the boxes and etc.? And do you think we should share some info on how we handle the logic? So because only the LLM should know some. I think I've tried this once, but if it knows the background context on why we are getting it and how we are using that to find the logic and what we are trying to do, we will have a higher chance of it understanding and being a bit more proactive enough to um, predict certain things. For example, right now we are only asking boxes, but if we were to say why we are asking boxes, what is our logic like, and which basically if essentially what we're trying to do is that it will basically understand, it'll it'll basically understand why it should predict box 6 or box 8, because it knows our logic and it knows what we're trying to achieve. Then it could be a little more proactive and then predict a better, make a good prediction, a better prediction, because now it knows what we're trying to do, and what is our real goal is, and how our logic works entirely, like the entire flow. It sort of knows the entire flow, and then it's going to actually make a good prediction. That's what I think. Just give me a shot. What are your thoughts on this? Yes, this will actually give a theory of mine. Make sure you include this. This is very good. And also ask, have, um, yeah, we'll just include this. Should we ask for a reasoning? I don't think we should ask for reasoning here. Anyway, we might switch to a thinking model later, right? So, uh, yeah, yeah, we'll switch to thinking model later. I just want to try this without thinking model. Background, how do you output will be? We're building a document process pipeline that is responsible. Yeah, so the goal is to identify the correct box number so formulas and math appears in their natural reading position. Now the LLM actually knows why we're doing it, um, um, and what we're trying to do, and our goals and etc. Basically, it's like you're talking to a human, right? You just assume sometimes you just have to mention this stuff as if you're telling, communicating to human, because additional context will actually like improve. You can see the improvement after we do this. Formula ID, this and this and this. Inline, yeah, this might have some good improvements. Cool, we'll run enter. We can test it. I also think if you have to say the now the thing is that you can see the boxes actually cut the specific text. So sometimes if it's too small, the LLM can't predict the text. So what we can do is to send the clone of this, but a non-marked, non-painted version of it. But let's just run this and see. If that's needed, we can just just add the image. It's not a big deal. Want me to run the test? Yes, please. Let's run it. It's called formula theory of mind test. We'll actually run it in case we see any errors or something. So many improvements, visual improvements, ID changes, whatnot, formula changes, removing a lot of noise, yeah, a ton of changes, improvements in the prompts and etc. So hopefully this should definitely give us a good boost, and let's verify that. All right, let's see the JSON. So I'll save this test. Okay. Okay, I think it only ran the it only ran visualize boxes. I want to run it with the entire text. But it will just verify if this is right in the first place, and then we can move on. And just ask fish conversation. Format this properly. See if we get the format. Because we've changed a lot, right? So it's better if we verify this one time. After block 6, block 7. And we've got inline maths as well. So block 5 reflection, where the inlet outside the gas flow, the swing of its orthogonal equivalent. Yeah, we didn't get the augmented stuff. I don't think we know. So this is skipped, which is okay, which is good. Block 6 and 7. Yeah, so yeah, where this is in line. Correct. Good. Yeah. I ran it and it did work. Now I wanna run the entire flow and check if the chunks and everything works properly. Chunks. Chunks and ordering. This is slow because it's initializing the pipeline and everything for each of the call. I don't know why, but symbols not found, report not phase one completed. I think something is failing. This has a lot of symbols here. Yeah, there's some issues with open router. They're rejecting the request. Hopefully this should work. Let's see. Let's do page 12, 13, and 14. So start of page 12. Page 12, so this one. Page 12. Yeah, we need to filter this stuff, but we'll come to that. 13, not 14, but until 13. Oh no, actually 14. Because 14 has a lot of formulas as well. 15 doesn't have one, so we'll just until 14. Until this will not need it. Format this properly. Or I guess let's see. Method of calculations. No, I don't. It's not giving the text. I just use this one. Format this properly. I have the max subscription. So it's okay. Right. Wow. Yeah. Got it. Nice. It's working, guys. It's working. We have 14.9 is equals to this. Oops. It has only got this. Missed this one. But that's, let's see why is that. So come here, enter. Yeah, and this is correct. And then augmented trust ratio is also correct. And then this is also correct. Awesome. F scale awesome. Second is correct. Wow. This is working. It's quite great. Quite happy with this, to be honest. This is awesome. Then you have exhaust gas temperature, and then the other formula, this formula, very good. The exhaust, yeah, total temperature is computed by, yeah, got the entire equation, very good. But we missed one. So let's come from again. Total gas temperature, right? So which is this one. We have this formula P0, the exhaust total. uh, and yeah, so we are missing one thing. We're actually missing one thing, where the values of C is what we are missing. Pictures, formulas, annotated formula. The 14th page, but huge improvement, guys, huge improvement. Such an awesome, actually awesome improvement, to be honest. I can quickly tell this. I ran it, and we have a huge improvement jump, very good. Now what we want to do is that we have very minor issues. For example, I don't see the second formula, which is uh, check the image. I don't see the second formula. Check the image. Yeah. No, this is just stupid. We can't tell it. We have very minor issues. This is from page 13 annotated.png. it's a single formula, but I think it's in two lines, sort of. And I only got the first formula, the first equation, and not the second one. Second issue is that page 14. Yeah, so the fourth one, I think it's to do with this uh third image box. We'll just put it anyway. And in page 14, we have missed the fourth box. Yeah, so where the values, so it should be this equation. No, so if you see, this is the exhaust gas. So you see exhaust, the non-afterburner. Scroll down 8. 11th formula is there. 10th formula is also there. But it has missed this particular text. Please check the corresponding JSON, the chunks, and also the actual JSON output from the model, the visual JSON output, so we can cross-reference things. Now I wanna see the JSON output. Different between intelligible. So I can see the value, I guess the values of where the values of C. Here I can see that the values of C. The start box is 3 actually. Let's put this annotated 14 image over here. The start is 3 and the last box is 4. I've selected all 13 pages. Make sure to look at formalization results.json. Now, go away. Or from there, I think. Delita. Sorry, guys. I think I'm unconsciously trying to sing a bit. Yeah, include the multi-line formula block. Make sure you tell about this with the VLM. And also a quick this thing you can see right on the right you have 10, 11, 12. So which also means that that is, even if it's a multi-line formula, it is an entire formula. So it can also get that hint as well. But then even if it's the formula is 1, 2, 3 lines, it's a full formula. Now regarding the incorrectly grouped 3, I'm just curious to know, it's still a box item, right? Why would it still fail? And in case we say the LLM that if it's a formula, do not yeah, if it's a formula, do not include in inline math regions. What would the output look like? What would happen? What could go wrong, or what would be, or probably is it accurate enough? Yeah, 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 cool. This is improved. Yeah, yeah, cool. This is improved. All right. Run it and see. Yes, run the full test, full pipeline. Hopefully this should solve a lot of problems. Hopefully this should work. Mm-hmm. இது வந்து what do you call மொத்தாக்கள் வந்து இப்போ லைவ் பார்க்கறதுக்காக போகல. லைவ் போடுறேன் சொல்லி கொடுத்துருக்கா லேட் ஆகி இது ஆக்கள் சர்ச் பண்ணி மட்டும் ரேங்க் ஆகும். அதுக்கு அப்போ பார்க்குறது பார்க்கணும். யாருமே பார்க்க மாட்டாங்க. அதுக்கு செய்யலாம் நம்ம செய்யணும். Alright guys, so let's no, I'm actually running it, so yeah. So you open the doors and the Wi-Fi. Now we have the privilege here because we are using the API to process like 30-40 images at a single go, right? Sometimes when we use the models, like when we eventually deploy them in a GPU, that's when we have the issue of literally like you have to manage so many, you have to manage, so example, you have to manage, like you'll have parallel processing, that's one thing which will use the same GPU, and you'll have embedding models using the same GPU, and you'll have uh, like parallel processing of images itself. Let's say you're processing one document and you're processing 10 documents at the same time, but you're also processing, each document is processing 20 30 images at the same time. So like the context, like you have to take care of the context that you, if context sort of fails, if it's over, if it's like you have to manage a lot of compute load here. So it'll be fun to see, you know, when we solve this, but definitely if we have, because of course I'll probably do it in a very limited amount of compute environment, like couple of like 1 or 2 GPU maximum, and we'll see how whatever constraint it could be. And then for us, probably for me, what I can do is just run it overnight. It's totally fine. I'll just have all the um um like uh, like all the retry logic, whatever, and then if context goes up, we'll just pause and try and all of those retry stuff. So then hopefully if that works out, we can it's just a matter of a time. Just give it, just leave it for a few days, or not a few days, maybe like for hours, like 1 or 2 hours, like I don't know, 10 hours or something like that. I think so for 10K docs. It might be even more. Um, yeah, but let's see. Yeah, cool. So it's done. Full pipeline test and full pipeline test. We have full pipeline test. We have the chunks. Okay, I think, I'm not sure if it failed or whatever, but let's copy it. 14 till 13. Which number? The entire thing. Okay, this. Format this properly. Yes. So let's go through this one more time. Oh, what is going on? So many errors. Let's check its output. I think it's in the output because we mentioned something on the multi-line formula, right? So maybe that's the output. Oh wait, no. We only we have to copy 12 as well. Yeah, right. Totally forgot. Yeah, 12 to 15. No, 12 to under 14. But still, I think there's some issues. We can do something wrong. Yeah, so we have 12 to 15. Format this properly. It missed this formula entirely. Choked for them also. Yeah, I think the improvements is quite bad. And yeah, what we'll say is that yeah, this the recent changes on the prompts is quite bad. So I think you should remove the multi-line formulas and multi-line equations prompt, and also the prompt that says, I mean, whatever the recent changes you did for the prompt, keep the formula box exclusion rule, but remove the multi-line and multi-equation guidance prompt, please, entirely. And yeah. So yeah, first I want to see whether this is competition. Full Python. So many things are wrong, I think. I think it's because of the multi-line. Yeah, it's just confusing this. Like, you shouldn't confuse the model, so just remove that. We'll remove this, and I'm going to change the model and see. What I will do, I'll use a better model, thinking, and also VLM. So let's say, yeah, thinking and Qwen thinking VL30. Yeah, is a multi-model that unifies strong text engine with visual understanding for image. And we think in variant enhances strength in STEM math complex tasks. Yeah, we'll do. Let's go with this. So VL30B thinking. Yeah. What do you call this? Like, if you were to use this 325 and all, like, the accuracy will bump easily, guys. Like you'll have a good bump. I'm just trying to solve with 30 bits, that's all. VL. Actually, you know what? I'm going to use this model. Okay, one last try with a small model, and then we'll go jump to the big model. Thinking VL. Let's use this one. Just run the full pipeline. Come on, we run the full pipeline again. The thing is, this will have thinking tokens, so the response parsing should differ. Let's see. First of all, do a test request and see how it outputs. And if you think anything should be changed, then upload. No, guys, I don't have a good feeling on this. I'll switch to the 235 billion parameter model. So it's anyway, even if it's 225, only 22 billion is activated, so we can afford it in a GPU. Yeah, anyway, we'll just write it once and then change up the model to high parameter. The reason why I'm trying to do this, like, again, I'm stressing this enough, is that if, like, in case you're working with a company which has very low compute, then you should, like, if they have only one GPU, just assume only have one GPU. If they have only one NVIDIA, some GPU, right? The old GPU, not old, I would say, like probably like 14, 5090s, 30 GPUs and 30 or 40 chips, something, or maybe a couple of 5090s, one or two. Then you should be able to at least solve the problem. That's why this sort of takes time. You have so many intricacies and nuances that you need to sort for. And if you were to use any, like, other models like OpenAI or GPT, you don't need any body boxes. You don't need any sorting. You don't need to remove any noise. Send the image. You can 100%, 99.9%, you can make sure that you can be sure that it'll be accurate. Like if you were to use Claude or GPT, we don't have the privilege here, so that's what I'm trying to. Because also I want to run this for 10K docs, and I don't literally want to spend thousands of dollars in renting. I probably run like a to run pod or like a vast or something like that. I also have a few GPUs. I guess it's the um I guess A100, not A100. Yeah, a couple of, yeah, actually A40 or something. No, actually I have H100. Yeah, I have the 80 GB. I actually have H100, guys. Yeah, so I have like the 80 GB H100. 8 GB version, I think, yeah, not 160. So I have, what I can do is that I can run it on a one. I can probably run that on one H100 with my port. I've got some startup credits from Azure, so I can use that. Yeah. So this not. So, shit. I think it's the reasoning. Qwen models will just keep reasoning. Even though reasoning is good or not, they'll just keep reasoning. You'll go like 5 paragraphs, 6 paragraphs, 7 paragraphs, 8 paragraphs of reasoning, and then give you an answer. You don't have control over it, right? Like unlike OpenAI, you can't give low or high. I don't think you can specify in the prompt to have a brief thinking, but it might reason. It might reason a lot. Actually, try this and see. Chat. How many hours does a strawberry have? You actually kill this. You don't need to. 30 billion parameter models anyway, like anything below 50, 60, it's complete other crap. But at least it's, I mean, but so far we've achieved so much with this 30 billion model. That's good. So what I would say is that it's not working. Just change the, no, maybe it's reasoning too much. I think, can you see, just for this, it's reasoning too much. We can't afford to wait for each like image, this sort of reasoning, because then no, not just reasoning, more than reasoning, the layout aspect has to be accurate. So we'll just move away with this and just go with this. uh let's actually use this model. Yeah, good. Oh, this is thinking. We don't need thinking, we instruct model. Oh, I think it has only thinking version. Oh no, there's an instruct. This is good. Let's not, because then if this starts to think and we have no way of controlling it, then it's just in vain, waste of time, to be honest. It's this. Oh, mm. Oh, it's actually quick. Let's actually see if it's right in the first place. Oh, it's only running for visual boxes. This format is sensitive. Format this properly. Yes, yeah. It's only missing this, like this part. I don't know why. It's also formula, right? Yeah, ordering will be taken care later, but I can see all the formulas are captured. This is good. I tested the visual works. Let's run the full chunk, full pipeline. Right, it's done. Let's check it. Okay, we got info from 15 to 12, 12 to 15. Let's pray God and try it one more time that this should work. Let's spend time of time in this format. Okay, open this page. Okay, just missed a second one, but that's okay. Where this is difference, very good, very good. Augmented. If a scale, then you have the equation. We have scale, the not afterburner. Non-afterburner jet. Then you have none of the jet, you have the equation, and then you have the where this is equals to this, which is very good, very good. Equals to 0.995, 100% right. Scroll down, exhaust gas temperature, good order. Afterburner inject. Uh-oh, nozzle. Oh, there's so much here. Almost everything. Hmm. 12, 19. I think then you have the 5 equals to something. That's all on that. Using a lot from 14th annotated PNG. See what's going wrong. Yeah, everything is correct, guys, except the last fourth this page. Then if that's the case, there's something there's some issue with this. That's the only thing I would say. Some issue meaning something that we don't know for sure. It was clogged nozzle, and afterwards you have afterburner inverse not. Basically, what's happening is that you have this formula that's okay. Reference is 8, and you have missed this formula as well, and they've got all the inline formulas right, but you basically missed most of the other formulas here. Wait, what the hell? Render the page. Render the last page only. What's not this? Oh, actually 40. LLM to give you info that even among this formula, I would say for now remove the what the hell was that? For now remove this. For now remove this. Just format this. Format this. Yeah, I think because we are telling it, we're having this remove formula box exclusion rule, right? So it's not including this as part of a formula. So we'll just for now remove this. Yeah, we'll just tell it to remove. We'll just remove it. And this is why I think it's causing the problem. Apart from that, it has correctly detected this Fj is equals to P0 in equation 11 where you have Wj. But where this is the total pressure parameter for critical flow. This is where I think the model has the model like the model should be quite proactive here. Or what we can do is that because anyway we're probably like rewriting entire paragraphs like this for pages like this which have this sort of crooked unconventional sort of unconventional a formulas text and then inlines and stuff, we just rewrite the entire page. That's what we have to do. They never include boxes that contain displete formula equations. That's why such a stupid. I didn't notice this. That's one of the reasons. Yeah, so that's why there was a miss over there because it only it detected this as a text box and then it gave a different ID. So the other ones got replaced and etc. So the entire index sort of moved out. So we'll run this again. Okay, we got the formal rejection. We'll try this and see. We'll just do it properly because there's a lot of chats. Format this properly. Format this properly. Oh God. Oh Claude. Formula 1 is okay. No, these are okay. I only need to check for the last one. Yes. Yeah. And then inline stuff where C values are person. Yes. Where GR is social pressure. there. And then you have this formula, which is this one, and then you have your where this is obtained. Beautiful, beautiful. This is working. At least that's what the initial one was working. We have to verify this. So let's see. Hope I clicked the right one. Pull up the format this properly. Let me just format this. All right, final verification. Let's, oh God, please work. This looks okay. These are working. That's still a problem. This is okay. That's fine. Small issue. This is all. This is okay. This is okay. This is okay. Small one is okay. Oops. Oh, I don't know why it's just going wrong. Damn. But it predicted well. The prediction, like the initial decimal. This. Maybe I didn't. So many things are missing in between. I think it's something with I tried it again. The raw VLM detection was right. Check it out. Detection. I think it was this one. I think so. It was formal rejection. 35B. But the last page messed up. Page 15. So probably because of after box, before box, or something like that. Can you just deeply check this? But we will do our verification now as it does it. 235 billion. Okay, this is where it's coming from. We'll take this image, put it over here, and then we'll open this and seeing the 15th one or 14th one, whatever. Inline one, I think. It says after box 2. That's okay, and we got it correct. I think so. No, we just missed it, wasn't it? No, it's clearly telling it's after box 2. It can easily be added after box 2, like here. The only issue that I see is that it's detecting this as a text, and that's where things get uh, you have issues, I think, because items are not matched or whatever. There's something. And yeah, you're getting everything. You're definitely getting everything. Where the values see everything are there. It's just a detection problem. Formula 1 is that, and formula 2, these are okay, but inline you can see its start box is 3, and the last box is 4. Sorry to interrupt, proceed, but here's the image for reference. Oh God. And then you can also see formula in inline, you have start box 3 and 4. Last box is 4. Okay. So I think this is rewriting the entire formula. Surely. Start the 4. Format, no. So there's only formatted text here. And 6 to 7. 6 to 7. It's very small. So it's defined the brother 7, 8. Yeah, I think we're just wasting time. We just chunk the entire page out for complex stuff like that. I'm telling you, it's not about views. I don't know how true is this. No formula chunks at all. If it classifies, that's something. Even if it classifies as a picture item, do we even need to like something? I mean, we are here to detect formulas, right? If you're detecting formula, then good. If you're not detecting formula, then we just skip it. Why do we have images? We only have images in case to track, like you track it, like so. They're not. Let's say you have an image formula and an image. You need the image to put it back, right? But most of the time, I don't think that's the case. But can be wrong. Yeah, but there are two things. Bug. Page 1 formula forms up, but the page 12 already uses those ideas. Okay, display 2 from the switches, document set as pictures are inserted. Oops, I think. Yeah, but even if you skip images, mm, images are stored differently. So in case you want to put it down, there'll probably be text and you can put it behind the text. No, we'll run it and we'll just see what happens. That's a secondary issue, so it's okay. Cool, guys. What we can at last resort do is that we just skip pitch items. We only here to detect formulas, right? We just detect formulas only, just skip the pitch item, which means that even if this is considered as a pitch item, we just skip it. So, or what we do is that, no, that would work. Iterate items takes in pictures. That's the main purpose why we even did this. What if this was a table or something? Then there's another problem there as well. Because you want to put it in between things, right? An image could be a thing, and you will probably lose. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see. Yeah. Let's see. Let's see what this gives us. So we got have this. We'll see if this got everything. Refresh. Format this. Like I can delegate so much work. If I could delegate, this is the PDF. We have 10 PDF. It has equations, visuals, whatever. And if it can do this sort of verification cross map, would be very much helpful. But yeah, we're not there yet. latex, how do you spell it? Yeah, this is accurate. We will wait and see until we get the final merge chunks. Oh, I think it has a lot of errors. Open router is causing some issue again. Alright, let's chat. Sorry. I think I have a very low, I've been very inactive this account. You can see last reload was like 27 months ago. I guess it was when it was recently launched or something, I think. And then loaded somehow and totally forgot about it. Some- format this. Okay, so I think I've selected this much, but there's even more 15 chunks. So I'm guessing it could have worked, but you can never know. You'll never know. So format this. Wow, this time we got the second one. That's good. Hmm. This is correct. This one is okay. We're missing where slash PA. This one is missing. And yeah, this is correct. Exhaust temperature in order to compute, right? It's under 0.9. And then you have this where slaves over equation. You have this and only where this is the total pressure parameter for critical flow at the exhaust nodal exceeded the prior reference 6. We've missed this. Why did we miss this? I think only this was missed. I think I know the reason why. Click on complete, not complete output formula section. Uh, Oh, reference 8. Start box 6, last box 7. Okay, so start box is 6 and last box is 7. T is also right, right. It worked fine except one small issue. It missed this path. Maybe it's because you can see 6, it's a equation or a formula, and then you have 7, which is just a text, which is very small. I mean, it's very weird sort of combination of text. Could there be any workaround for this, or what? Could there be any workaround? Oh God, I'm so exhausted. How many hours? 5? Oh, 7.5. Ooh, formula detection. Formula detection, it's 235p for formula detection. It's actually not 235. It's actually 235 full pipeline. Check this. This is very minor, but just wanted to put it out there. Yeah, I guess we're getting everything right. Um, no, I think this one I just need to clarify this. No, 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 you're getting it wrong. I'm talking about I'm talking about this inline text. This was not part of the document. Do you understand? All right, we can do it. But I was assuming this, even though we didn't mention it, this was sort of like a right behavior because do you think if it doesn't predict at exhaust nozzle exit at deprive, yeah, I think if what is your assumption? If we prompt it, it probably won't give you the chunk of that text. No, I mean, maybe it will be chunk because we won't replace this, right? And we'll only replace seventh one, and we will not replace this one. So this would probably be in the this will probably be in what? It'll probably be inside in the chunk. So yeah, just try it and see. Format text message. No, I don't know if that's is fair enough. For example, yeah. So then you'll only complete this, and you have this chunk anyway. Yeah, yeah, cool. That's worse than not having it. It's better. Yeah, yeah, true. Yeah. All right, we'll try it one more time. Yeah, and beyond this, guys, we can stop. You know, we pretty much have very pretty much good accuracy over here. And then what we need to do is that to solve that 5% issues. I mean, we have to assume it's like it's like a human, right? If you see something could go wrong, you know, double check, verify, check up, check down, or literally read the PDF. So what we do here is that when formulas come in, and if I would say even with formulas, if certain chunks include formulas. Now, for example, you have something here that's not chunked. What we do is that just to verify that, um, just to verify the method of it, just verify the surrounding context, we encourage the agent to ask for, 50 pixel above and 50 pixels below or something like that. And we basically return like a picture of this. So this is got good information. It'll probably know even if this goes bad, if it has any chunking issues in the chunker or in quadrant, you'll probably end up with a good response because it's literally seeing the entire image. So yeah, and of course we are basically we have 100% stable, the 100% stable for all the main formulas, and probably 95% stability to all of the methods and all the reasoning variable sort of formulas. So we are in a good spot there. We'll just pass it one more time, and we'll after this we'll probably have to do some basic changes. I think there was something on symbols, I think. uh, Put it in notes. Something on symbols, like probably 3-4 hours we wanted to work on it, but then we hit this error. Yeah, no symbols context. Yeah, yeah, cool. No symbols context. All right, let's check JSON. Yeah, I think we are missing some info, definitely, because I think there's a slight change in JSON. We'll confirm it by state the model, format this. Let's go from below this one. It's fine, it missed it. That's totally okay. Yeah, total pressure is one-dimensional. What the hell? Totally. Yeah, this is so start box is 6. Yeah, I think it's completing this, which is sort of a bummer, but I think it did output the entire adjacent text as well. And does that mean this would be skipped? I think it would be skipped, right? And why? Yeah. Yeah, but this was not included in the final chunk. Check this page 15. Oh God, this is getting damn. I mean, we've sort of solved, we've definitely solved all the complex problems, but I can't just leave this like this. If there's some way to figure this out, like hopefully, of course, Dockling's models gets better, the open source models would get better, and the chunking would get better, the layer detection would get better, everything would get better, but why not? Like, what's going on? I don't know, it's very hard for me to skip these things and move on. Very minor, but yeah. We'll just try next 10-20 minutes. If not, I mean, we already have the accuracy. That's okay. We should be fine. Yeah, this is fine. We're anyway skipping formulas. Um, I think it should be fine because I think even if we skip this, skipping it in the first the visualize context as well. Yeah, I think it should be fine. Why not skip images? But but this is not the problem of formula, right? This is not. Skip formula items early. Skip formula items early before container filter to match visualize boxes. Anyway, we'll just try this and see. I don't think whether this. No, I don't think this will fix the issue, guys. But what we can do is that just try this and see. Baked for 1 minute 50 seconds. Claude has an awesome culture, guys. I like Claude's culture. It's superb. Right. Format this. Okay, okay, I'm quickly verifying this stuff, even though we know so many times this is working. In case something goes wrong without using changes, you never know. Nice. Go from below, have this, tighten steady. Yeah, I mean, knew this would, at least we'll try it. Exhaust. Behold. Please revoke this code. This doesn't do any much of a big difference. I can see one issue with this, so please revoke this code. It does not have a big difference. It does not fix it. Okay, so we have 95% accuracy only here and there where the stuff fit when there's like stuff encoded in a single what do you call a single line sort of thing. And yeah, only for that, but usually you should be able to handle anything that you throw. And it's quite accurate, to be honest. It's able to catch a lot of things, and we made it work for a document from 1960, what is it, 1963 or something, but less than, yeah, 1954. Damn, it's nearly 70 years. Like we've solved like formula detection and all of this for like a document that is a 90% accuracy, guys, and more than 90%, I would say. We're only missing this part, just this, but we'll actually encourage the model whenever it's probably reading, whenever it does read the formula. I would encourage the model to look in adjacent information, and importantly adjacent bounding boxes or visual. So it'll probably capture this, and it can go on. So it'll get that 100% accuracy from that search. Because if it doesn't, because this is from a document from 1954, and we're able to get like 99% accuracy for a document that is like this, which is like probably recent. This is not recently generated. I'm not sure. It's probably in the 1960s. Nine, what the 1932? Okay, it's 1981, which is there's a 30 years, probably 25 year, 2.5, yeah, 25-year difference, which is very clean. It'll actually work for that, and even more for the very recent documents. It'll work work pretty good, to be honest, right? So I think we solved it, and we verified images and etc. Images and stuff are quite easy. That's already verified. Um, yeah, I think it did do, and it was quite, yeah, it was quite tough from an 8 hours. I actually planned to solve this in 2 hours. I mean, less than 2 hours, I would say, but yeah, it just took a lot of time, but it's okay. Cool, but we have it. Cool, guys. We've done formula detection, and I think this is the entire chunk. I'm gonna do some cleaning here for sure, which is, so we've completed this, right? Formula is done. and it's a big relief for me for sure. And now let's actually do some cleanup. I've seen we had a list of small cleanups to do. We'll just quickly run that up. Okay. Are we passing symbols context to tables, images, figures, and etc. to all the external VLM calls? This is one. And second, hmm, I can see that um, chunks chunks that are part of the noise, or chunks that have the option of irrelevant to is irrelevant to true, is actually being um, included in the final chunks as well. Just confirm that whether it's expected, because I think we should filter that and show it. We should filter the noise away. Check on this and let me know. Yeah, guys. So after this, I think, oops, check out. And yeah, so next, what I think we have to do is that once we have everything ready, we probably have to chunk it. And you can see over here, we have section headers and everything. I don't think this is not chunked. These, so these are chunked by paragraphs, to be honest. And I think I would just get away with it. It's okay. It's very good. But I don't want recall. I actually don't want this mini text, for example, like all of stuff like this. These are like part of symbols. So what I want to do is that if it's above a certain, if it's above 200 chunks, then let it be. If it's below 200 chunks, then you would try to make it into, like, you would try to gather all the stuff to make sure it is like it's probably part of that 200 chunks sort of threshold. um but this is okay, even though these are not 200. These are paragraphs, like these are entire paragraphs, and it's quite accurate. I'm not gonna have, for this, I'm not gonna have like a fixed this thing. I'm not gonna have a fixed okay, so I'm not gonna have a fixed chunking. I would probably have minimum chunks, and maximum could be that exact paragraph. Okay, symbols are being passed, and no, it's not being filtered, and image should be filtered. Okay, so image should be filtered, which is good. And I would also uh, give me info on the chunking. What's the length? What's the overlap, and etc. I think it was 512, but this is final chunk. These are the chunks from docling, not chunks, but basically like the text from docling. So yeah, yeah. The thing is, we don't need overlap. That's the thing, because we are not doing so. These are exact paragraphs. I don't want to chunk them. Like, I don't want to chunk it as if, like, have overlaps between them. These are paragraph. Let the paragraphs be as it is. um I don't want to, for this, at least for now, for this I don't see any advantage of just having overlap for this, because we are not randomly chunking it, right? We randomly, no, we are basically chunking each paragraphs. So this is fine. Max test chunks, yeah, max test per merge. I would say we would have only I don't think this is an issue, because if you were to search about something, will give the power for the LLM to search adjacent stuff if it wants to, so it can perform that sort of search. Because I think this is not going to be one-off operation where the agent goes in, searches one thing, finds a paragraph, and then comes back and it. That's not going to be it. Probably just try to find the initial path and then expand towards the documents, or maybe other documents, and etc. Cool. So what I would do here is that that's fine. That is fine. But I see, um, no, I would say I don't see, but I wanna. That's fine for now, but sometimes I do see there's a lot of individual text in docling. So what I want to do is to have some sort of minimum text chunk, where if the chunk is, I don't know, less than a certain threshold, you'll probably grab or include that with the above or below chunks or something like that. I would say above chunks should work. Yeah. Yeah, and it should be a very small number, not a huge, probably like 50 chunks or 100 chunks or something that makes sense. And it should also, I mean, and also if the text is naturally um, separate from docking, I do suppose that it's probably a new line or sort of like bullet points or something like that. So what we want to do is to not just merge the text like merge, but it should probably should have a new line. And yeah, it should probably have a new line, yeah, at least one new line and then the merge text. So then we are not like spoiling its detection or sort of, because it's very good. The detection of docking is quite good. So we just want to merge it, merge and also make sense of it. Probably like 50, I would say. Oops. Yeah, that's good. All right. There's a minimum chunk. How much is 50? Yeah, cool. That's fine. I would say make it 100. Yeah, just keep it at 100. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Probably these that will be merged. Yeah, tables and all this stuff would be separate. But the thing is, guys, this could be it would be quite proud here because like if you can literally just throw in a document from 1950s with dense formulas, and you'll get a 90 to 95% accurate mark like processing using a pipeline. And this is using Dockling, generally an open source model, not Claude. So you can literally, the intelligence is much low. If you were to use Claude, you'll get it 100% easily. And you don't need that 100% because you can handle that 5% in a JSON, and it could be 100% if it's a very recent document like 1990s or 2000s. It's like I'm talking about documents that are 25 years old would probably get 100% accuracy, and documents at 1950s would get like 90% accuracy. That's quite insane. Not insane, but it's quite decent. Like, I think it's decent at this stage for now. So uh, yeah, of course the link and of course the process stuff would be in the description once the entire build is done. So I would share it with you guys. And if you guys are watching this after, I don't know, a couple of weeks or months or whatever, feel free to reach out on LinkedIn. Happy to connect, and feel free to, you know, feel free to what, if you have any questions, just DM me. I'll try my best to help you out. Merge small checks with the wide chunks. Yes. Is it 50 or 100? I would say we just make it 100. But if you were to search something, and what if this a bunch of a bunch of you know what? Just this would be bunch of small text lockers opening. We're just getting a sense of how many tokens there. 300, right? We'll actually make it at 150, I would say. Yeah. So you'll at least end up, where the ranking you minimum have 150 chunks to look at, because you don't want to have, because we'll anyway limit the retrieval for like 10 or 20 chunks, and you don't want it to have 10 or 20 chunks, like just like line items for each 20 or each one of the 20s. So I'll be like, let's make minimum 150. Cool, 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 cool. Nice. We'll run this, and then I'll just add it to config and use it, like, but it's fine. Yeah, cool. It's in the config. All right, guys. All right. So this is good. What else do we have? Let me look at the chunks for a bit. We'll actually run this. Look at what's this called? The full pipeline 235, 235. Okay, here you've got the chunks, full 35, 35 chunks. That's okay. And yeah, I mean, as we're gonna work on agents tomorrow, so before when we jump into the code, we'll first analyze so many different things and come back. We'll also analyze, what sort of metadata we can use of. You make it use all could we use the metadata or not, like as much as we want. Oh, sorry guys, I'm actually starting to lose my mind. I'm blabbering right now. Yeah, so apologies for it. This is fine. I want to see first of all tables. Table search of the type table not will be inaccurate. The text. Actually, guys, we had a lot of. We even had notes for tables. So fields and data. Actually, all data. This is fine. What do we have for formula? We have formula, but there's a equation. It's formula. We don't have any notes. I don't think we have any notes, but we have picture. Type is a picture. how many pictures? With 37 pictures, it's good. But we miss some definite, for sure, we miss a lot of metadata. We can grab a lot of metadata. 6. The figure appears to be a graph of charts showing augmented jet thrust ratios as a function of combustion chamber length based on accompanying. Yeah, I think this is the only thing we need, like text, not yeah, this is the only thing we need, not notes at all. We only need notes for tables because that needs to capture nuances, right? So yeah, that's our information. Okay, guys. So I guess what we want to do is that it's mostly done. The chunking would work, and next we would need to store this in Quadrant. For now, we'll run it locally using Docker, and then yeah, and then we need to we need to embed them. We'll use an open source embedding model because we want to run we want to basically run this on cloud. We want to run it on a GPU as well, so we want to store the embeddings there as well. So maybe probably we just use some embedding model, maybe Reranker. I used one Reranker by the contextual very recently. I actually try a lot of I don't depend like embedding models or any model. Like I try out a lot of different models. So one of the Rerankers I did try was contextual. I think it was for one of the recent projects I was working on and still work on. So I'll try to pull that and see if that does the job pretty decently for this. Because I want it to be quite um like I want the embedding models to be quite good because there's a lot of jargons here, a lot of text. I want it to be quite accurate. If it's open source, totally okay. All right. We have tables. You have complex, false, existing, markdown, description, success, page info. For pictures, you have this description, figure type, key elements, relevant, caption, success. Formulas, you have equation number after box. For matrices, you have this. I guess for tables, I'm not sure if I remember this accurately, but if it was if we had complex false for tables, didn't we capture any notes for the table? Because there could be a lot of because there was a lot of nuances that the table could carry, where you would probably you can't show them in a markdown, and you would probably need notes to give more additional context to more context for it. So I remember we did something on notes. We asked the LLM notes, but if it doesn't, if the table like um, if the table response doesn't include notes, we probably have to add it back, and we need to ask, this notes is used to display or give information on any nuances that cannot be captured on a general markdown or any additional context or something like that. Apart from that, for pictures and images here, for pictures or figures, let me see figure. Do we call it figures or pictures? I'm not sure. Okay, I guess it's pictures. Yeah. Yeah. Well, uh, when we chunk them, we would need to include figure type, key elements, and page number. No, actually not page number. Elements in the metadata as well. Probably I can type it. Formula ID, we have letters, equation number. The rest should be fine. Yeah. This is very important. We have nodes, and we can also use these key elements when we sort of search, because that's very useful. When you perform search, it might, rank up something. So yeah. So what I want to do is that I want to do that. Fine. and nodes, and not nodes here. This should be fine. Once we have nodes, uh, we should include them under the metadata for each table when we chunk them. Also, we would also want to include figure type and key elements inside metadata for pictures and figures when we chunk them. Oh wait, I actually mentioned that. It's fine. Alright guys, let's see embedding models. I'll be like usually used to research like stuff. So like what is the current state of the art open source embedding models, very new embedding models that would probably work with a lot of mathematical equations, very good at yeah, uh, very good at what? State of the art is probably very good. Yeah. Uh, Make sure to check all current new releases and give me more info on. Yeah, I need to be open source. Cool. Oh, it's an 8 billion parameter model. Works with Reranker models like connectors. Cool. To go with, yeah, Qwen for sure. I will. So I'll probably be like, and Qwen is this. I mean, I can see it does extract a lot of tables and it's pretty good at jargons for now. So we'll be like, it'll be fine. I can go with this. Uh, to give you an intro, I'm building RAG for 10,000 documents, and that scales for 88,000 documents for rocket semantics for a company that works in the aerospace sort of or works with NASA and etc. So they have a lot of documents with a lot of jargons, mathematical equations, tables, and etc. I hope Qwen 3 embedding models could handle it and also give me information on how much VRAM would I need to run the 8 billion parameter model. Could I run it on my Mac? I have 24 GB RAM. Yeah, just run that. Yeah, I can run it. They have different versions. Of course, I can run. Yeah, once we have the GPU, of course, we'll have the 8 billion parameter model. But for now, I think I can go with the not. I don't think I can go with the 4. I can go with the 0.6. I think I can go with the 4 billion parameter model. So like, what if I do 8-bit quant for the 4 GB version? Yeah, so I think I can. Yeah, I can afford 4 GB. Let me see my current RAM usage. 8, right? Yeah, with the memory use, and of course only when I run the embeddings. So it's okay. Cool, we'll do it. 4-bit quant won't like it. Like you'll probably you can just run and like the full bit quant of a 0.6 GB. I think it could like I'll probably run like a full-fledged version of a model, full precision mode model. That's probably that could allocate probably like 1 GB, 2 GB sort of thing. But I guess contextual was like 3 GB. I'll probably use that opposed to running like something on 4-bit or a 0.6. But I think I want to try Quen this time. So I think we'll go with Quen. And what is it? And actually, wait, yeah, Quen. Yeah, Quen's stuff are quite good. I don't think Olama provides embedding models because it'll be easy for me because anyway I'll be using Olama to load the models. Oh, actually, no, yes, it does provide. There is an embedding model. Okay. But then I can easily pull from Olama and just run the OpenAPI API and then basically run it. Simple. Huh. How sweet of my mom, guys. She just, I've been like totally sitting in front of the computer for like 6, 7 hours, and she just bought me food. And yeah, that was awesome. Cool. Always include notes for any nuance that cannot be captured in a markdown, merge cells, spanning errors, unusual errors, or unit simplification of symbols, footnote, any context important for understanding the data. Yeah, for sure. This is good. And once this is done, we'll actually use this. I would they actually provided with four big consolidation. I thought I needed actually I needed eight. I think I can use eight. Yeah. By default, it's four. I think. No, no, no. Wait. It's by default. It's actually four. Yeah, yeah. Scope in. Wow, it's quite good. It's only 158. And also, one good thing is that you have to separate metadata as metadata. For example, you can necessarily have text, and you can also have, and next field being, something else, something key elements or something like that. But only if you have metadata, you can include a lot, and you could also have add tools like it's just you can literally have it's just sort of like a variable scenario. You can definitely have it inside that specific object itself. But I've seen is that you probably can um, have it as metadata, which means you can have a lot of metadata, like very unconventional things, like very useless things as well, and give access to the model. And when it comes and it has a different switch for it when it comes to metadata, it could actually use the metadata in very different approaches and sort of use those in a very different way. I don't know how to put that into words, but what I would say is that you should focus, not focus, but whatever metadata you can have, include them. It's always right to have. And give a free roam access to metadata for the model as well. Of course, it depends on the system prompt and etc. But metadata would be very useful for the models, and they could even come up with very creative approaches of using metadata to search stuff that you may never find on a general search. So very important, guys. Well, we'll see those when we like once we design the agent and stuff. So done, updated both table VLM, added notes, complex tools, chunk metadata, tables now include VLM extended Boolean, or this is the blah 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 blah. Text output blah blah blah. Cool. I think there was a new. I think I didn't. I tried this a couple of minutes ago, I think, and I should have. Yeah, so it did. Yeah, the image shows in handwritten sketch notation of appears this thing alone. None of it. Black silhouette. Oh, I still see this. No, I think we just skipped it recently. So yeah, cool. We have to do that, skipping recently, and then tables now include this. Okay, we'll finally come this and test it, guys, and then we'll wrap it up. But mostly this is done. Next, we'll be working on using embedding models to embed them certain Qdrant and just the basic stuff, and then we just wrap it up. And tomorrow it's from we'll be doing the working on the agent, and it'll be quite fun. I want to take you through the process, and I literally want to understand the process, get into the minds of the users, and try to see how they would go about using it and how a tool like this would be useful for them, and really come up with ways how an agent should search and etc etc. Yeah. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna go take my dinner. It's probably 9. It's around 9 p.m. for me. Take my dinner and come back. So yeah, we'll put dinner break. Oh, right, button. But there is no dinner break for the lunch break. What dinner? Okay, nice. All right. So what else do you? I just want to prep before I go. So this is okay. We have Qwen. What else do we need? Quadrant, Docker, and that's okay. We're gonna use it to Docker. What else? What else? I think that's it. And then you already have the chunks. You just have to compute the chunk them, add them back, and then you have metadata. Yeah, I think we're good. Yeah, we're good. Wow, this is an awesome image, guys. Put this beautiful. The hell? Okay. It's beautiful. Nice. Alright, guys. See you guys in a bit. All right, guys. So I think not sure if I got a chance to process this. Let me check. Yeah. Is this chunks? And yes, I think so because we have minimum 150 characters, right? And I can see that the image has 100 signals. We have actually images over here. I think we should run it back again. Yeah, until this happens, we'll actually work on this should be good. Like, all right, now check the development plan and let me know. I don't think we need to check it, but I think check the development plan and just update the status. I think we've done mostly, and feel free to put any info on that, but we've pretty much completed most of them. So what I'll do is that I just want to keep the development plan, this document updated in case I want to look back after a few weeks or maybe months or something like that. Yeah, and then yeah, embedding and retrieval infra. So AC கொஞ்சம் 27 2 Cool. So it's writing the enhancement, enhance visual boxes, right, description, how chunking, everything is done. Cool. Yeah, good. Oops. What we have on the side? That's on the side. Okay, we had a PDF on the side. Cool. All right. Next, let's work. Let's. Shit. So yeah. So what we want to do is to next work on embedding models. Not embedding models. Just use this embedding model. Give this. Qwen. Yeah. Of course. Yeah. All right, we have the chunks processed. Now I would like to use Qdrant, Docker locally for now, and then use this embedding model. I'll put this. I'll also give this Olama link. Learn more here. We will be using the 8-bit quant. And after that, I think that's it. Like, let's actually open up Docker. Feel free to do a bit of research on the embedding model if you want, just for additional context. But yeah, we should be able to begin. I have a couple of other. I have a couple of Qdrant already created. So I would wanna you make sure you check what we have, so we don't have any port conflicts. Apart from that, we can get started. Yeah, listen it off. And of course, there's a lot of things for example, the tables are a bit slow, and then there's a lot of process. Even the processing is a bit slow. For example, we are. Yeah, I think we should work on this. I'll fix this first and then come back to embeddings. Actually, well, I'll fix this later, not now. Yeah, a bit of These are like very basics of 30 minutes work. So you can Qdrant and use it in tomorrow. Yeah, 6334, I think. Yeah. Cool. I think Olama is in Docker. I think you should do it. Oh wait, not sure if we can do Olam. No, Olama can do it. We have, yeah. It will not. It'll work on. I was thinking that we should run it on a GPU, but still Olama should work. I would recommend if you are using. I mean, depends, but I usually do VLM. Sorry, I guess it was you call it VLLM. Oh, I've been pronouncing VLM. I guess it's VLLM. Yeah, VLLM to for hosting models locally on a GPU, not locally, but locally or even on any NVIDIA GPUs. But I guess you can just right now Olam is very stable and it's far less complicated to install and manage than VLLM. So I've been using Olam and it's perfectly fine for now. Have been perfectly fine. Create embedding model districts should be yeah sure. Cool. So this should be changed because anyway, like in a couple of days we'll put it to run pod, but this is okay. Dimensions are okay. These are okay as well. These dimensions are also okay. 1024 is fine. Let's stop it here. I would like to know whether what's the difference between 1028 and 2048 for dimensions? What sort of a bump will we have in accuracy? If at least if it does give us a good bump, then we'll keep it at 2048. If not, we'll do 1034. OpenAI's large was I think it takes more. Let's see. Let's do a web search. Okay, it's fine. So Okay, see the difference when you batch the API 0.13 is like 0.065. I guess it's half. It's been nearly the half. Very cheap to be honest. All right. Short answer going to will gives you 1 to 3% accuracy but if it retrieval us, but 2x storage cost exactly. That's it. So 1024 should be more than fine, I think. If it's like 20-30% improvement, then fine, but not a big this thing. Not quality and float 32 the 408. Yeah. Yeah, we'll stick with 1024 with 8-bit quant. Okay. This is, oh shit. 028. Sorry, 1024. Sure if it supports. Supports any. So if you're Qdrant, you have import variables and then chunks. Yeah, we can add key elements to be. Sorry, I guess we can add key elements to be indexed as well, but it's okay. This is more than a document. The page number, chunk type, and figure type. Because anyway, we'll perform search for metadata. Most of the metadata won't be indexed. Ensure collection, create collection if it doesn't exist. Yes. Upset chunks list, chunk this. Factories will payload with all the chunks metadata, headings, etc. Get document chunks. Yeah, for now these are very basic guys. Like I want like when we build the agent, we want to design the search and stuff very properly because it's not just searching for the you also want to search by metadata, and then you would also want to this is like searching like straight away to Qdrant, but we want to design the tools, not just tools, but then also searching logic itself later. But this is fun. It's like a boiler template. Like for now, I just want to save it and see I can just perform a search and get it back. That's all I want. Yeah, actually, I'm losing track of what we're trying to do. So I'll pull up my Notion and see what's the progress, like what have we really solved. Okay, document correction, 40% scan PDF. Yes, solve the heavy use of technical jargon. So this is domain specific uh, acronyms. So we'll solve that later. Mathematical equation formulas to what solved it. Tables containing critical text we solved it. Test parameters solved it. Cross-reference between documents failure, reports failures, reference origin test, compliance, stock, recent, yeah, cross-reference between documents. This is like a search thing, so we'll solve it. NLP serve system of understand technical diagram, not just text, solved it. Um, not solved it, meaning like, in terms of document processing, we'll solve it. Engineers should be able to ask what trust chamber failures have we seen in the last, sorry, in biproblem system operating to the PSAI and get relevant historical cases with source documents. Yeah, we have bounding boxes in terms of document processing. I'm just talking about. We have bounding boxes. We have sources. We also have like key locations on. So like, we can definitely pull it up and show full on-premise deployment. As for now, we're using everything open source model from embedding models to even processing VLMs are open source, so we can yes deploy it. But tomorrow I'll be using OpenAI for doing, because I want to just switch things up and just be a bit. I want to improvise on the things because it's very boring if I were to, because I've done the work on open source models. I just want to this time or mostly test it because I'm sure they'll have a lot of intelligence compared to the open source model. So I want to test it how far we can use it using an open source model. And then if you want, sorry, OpenAI model or Claude, not yet decided. But I think Claude should do I think Claude should do a good job. I've seen it's I think I don't know why, but I think it's Claude seems to be more suitable for a for a for a for a project like this. But yeah, we'll have to see tomorrow. But yeah, response times under 5%. Yeah, we did conclude that for you can't do it in 5 seconds because these are stuff that takes like a ton of time to give a proper answer. So cool, we're in good track. Embedded pipeline for embedded documents, chunks, embed documents, and you have the document ID chunks replace existing if true. Yeah, if you want to change it back in later. Embed chunks failed embeddings, stored chunks. Okay, embed from file, embed directory, embed all documents in an directory, expect structure. Actually, we don't need it. We'll probably have some sort. Yeah, for now, we'll actually need it because we'll have to manually show like, okay, these are the 30 documents in this folder, or the 100 documents or whatever. So that will be used. But usually, I want to have it as an API. So in the future, you want to expose this to a mainframe system inside the company itself because you'll have your local networks, right? Then you can still do so. Uh, embed from file, embed from directory. Okay, it's all search stuff. Come, it's fine for now. Basic template stuff, basic templates, you're not complicating it at all. We just need to store this stuff as chunks in Qdrant. That's it. We can get rid of these images from this. Yeah, looks good. Done. Here's the setup. We have Qdrant, we have locals, embedding services, vector store, web pipelines, config, brew install Olama. Okay, let's do it. Actually, I expect to, no, cancel. Actually, I want to share the PDF directly, or I would like to share a directory which includes a lot of PDF. Because so it's about 4 gigs, I think. It's downloading the model. Alright, guys, just disappearing for a bit. Hopefully, this comes up. Just have some water and come back. Right, guys. All right, the model is there. End-to-end pipeline. Yeah. Embedding model is downloaded. Let's use this. Let's process this. No, install this right. But now sometimes I just want to make sure that it doesn't chunk. So, so the chunking happens, or you store the chunks in Qdrant in the last stage, right? Once you get everything, once you have the final chunks, because sometimes you'd probably you can actually, if you want to be efficient with like the processing, if you're working with LoRaWAN, you probably would go as you collect more chunks, you can just keep on chunking it. But this, of course, I need to get the order and etc. So I want to do it at the end. Yeah, that's it. Because you have a lot of ordering and stuff. Yeah, I don't want to mess up that. Give me more info on the Reranker. Oh, this is also 4 billion. Yeah, we used 4 billion as well. Both are 4 billion. Hmm. I don't think Reranker is a, yeah, it's not available through Olama, I think. It's, what was this from? Yeah, this is the for 250K downloads. Yeah, this is, I don't think it's officially from um, Qwen. I think so. This is probably a third party model. I mean, of course, the same model, but someone deployed by someone else. For this, we'll actually use it through Hugging Face. Yeah, we'll directly do it for Hugging Face. Yeah, nice. This is what I used for the last, or one of my last project. I think it was BGE embeddings, and the Reranker was something else. It's just contextual Reranker. This one, yeah. But mostly why we even use it is that it was so we want more than accuracy. We want the embedding to accurately support a few languages, and one of them was, I think, I don't know. So one of them was Arabic or something. Arabic or something. So what we want to do is wanted to support Arabic and some other, no, yeah, Hindi or something. Not Hindi. I don't know. I don't properly remember. But we wanted to, like, that was more than accuracy. Multilingual support was very necessary. That's why we used contextual. But this is more than, I think, Qwen's embeddings seems to be, with all the just evaluation and general, Qwen has delivered a lot, way more than what we expect. So I hope Qwen should do a good job. So let's check this. Let's go dashboard. Actually, I don't see any chunks. They've given chunk. I just processed a PDF, but I didn't see any chunk. Just a screenshot of this. Yes, it's no chunks. Actually, I'll give more info. We'll just send this Oops. Actually, this is like wrong timing to compact the conversation. It might lose very, it might lose some context, but it's okay. And also look at this numbers, right? This is the 4 billion Reranker, 8 billion Reranker. In fact, 4 billion performs slightly better than 8B in most of the stuff, or very near. It's like 77 and 75 is not a big difference. 72.9474 is like, it's not a big difference at all. Basically, at half the parameter, we're basically performing, we're probably getting the same accuracy levels. So yeah, we'll use this. So we'll note that down. We'll use that for Reranker. And 3 OP 8-bit quant. This is fine. And also, I had to mention one more thing. I'll take a look at Throughput. This, I think, is something else. Yeah, that one will be basically as this. So basically, this is the model we're using, and how much of 8-bit quant VRAM do we need? Mm, I just want to know for one single document, sort of like a little bit, like in a very small scale, and then we can probably figure out how much it needs to in terms of, I mean, how much it needs for the rest of the document. Do you want to wait long, or do you want to process it fast? What does it make sense, and etc. Because as it what I can do is that I can just just put it on a process, and then I can come back and work on the agents, and probably in 12 hours or 13 hours or something, whatever, maybe even a day, depending on the GPU we have, we can come back to that. But I also, the thing is, I would also need to change. I don't want to process 10K docs right now, because I also, as I design this, I'll probably change metadata, change processing, add different things, move different things. So I just don't want to uh, take the bite now. So yeah, we'll just postpone that a bit. But anyway, I just want to note this down. So if I have to load this on an 8-bit quant, how much VRAM do I need? Yeah, there's some issues on the context, not issues actually. So to be honest, I don't think we are even processing more than 30,000 tokens per call. So let's say, um, like for each API call, no, I would say, mm, like to, I would be processing some documents, and for each API call, the context would be no more than 30,000 tokens. So which means that will also affect the RAM usage of that specific model. So if it's 30,000, then it's very less. You can add in more API calls. So it's 30,000, a basic math. So give me all the numbers behind it, and yeah, do some research on the web and give me accurate info. So it's running. Let's see. Oops. Hmm. Yeah, there's also KV cache. So grouped query attention with only 4 KB cache heads, which significantly reduces KB cache requirements compared to full multi-head attention. 0.4 GB. So for 47 KB per token, so for 30,000 tokens, 1.4 GB of additional VRAM. So at int, you'll have additional 2 GB. You can assume it's going to be 2 GB. Vision transform 35 GB, image second processing buffer 2 GB. So estimated vision overhead is 110 GB. So framework, the activations and progression. True. Damn, we actually need 300 gigs. Total VRAM. Practical deployment options. Requires a minimum of 8 GPUs each with Wait, we only need 300, right? But we can get a B200. Actually, you see the difference, guys, in terms of cost difference. Like, we can, what I'll probably do is that I don't want to waste money. What I'll do is that I'll process we know even for 30 billion parameter model, it gave us 90 to 95% accuracy. I'll probably process all the 10K documents with the 30 billion parameter model, and then I'll probably use a better model for, answering questions and etc. Which anyway, the agent will pull in information, adjacent information, and try to check it right, which might have some accuracy bumps. So yeah, we'll look at if we can afford it, we'll go for it. If not, we'll actually, yeah, if not, we can't do anything. We'll probably have to probably have to go with the 30 billion parameter model. Either ways, and also with the 30 billion parameter, we easily got 90%, 80 to 90% accuracy, which is also good. So it's a good fallback. I'm just trying to just show you how in a real world sense probably use it. That's why. And of course, I also prefer that extra 10% or 5% in accuracy. So, and it's very important for a scenario like this. So we can rent 10 5090s. That'll push us to $9 an hour. I actually can't afford that. Actually, I have only one H100 in my. Hmm. Yeah, if not, we can rent two of this H200 SXM, which will give us 141. 41 into 2. Sorry, 3 if we do. Okay, this is too much. We'll just do 282. We might have overheads here and there. So, water bottle under Okay, 282. Yeah, 4 into. Yeah, I think it should be yeah, we actually need 320, right? So this won't be enough. B200 is a beast, guys. Let's say if you can afford this, just get 10 of this and $50 in 1 hour. The speed you can process things is insane. The token speed is probably in easily three digits. I'm pretty sure like 100 tokens per second or something like that. I mean, of course, with context and etc. But I think you're gonna easily bump it up to like 50 to 100 tokens per second, and it should be quite fast. I've tried B200 just once, a little bit. Whenever I can afford, I do it. So H200 XSM, we can go with this. If need, we actually need three of them. Three is, if not, we can just get two of them. Two, yeah, we'll go with two B200s, I think. Should cost $10 an hour. For if you want to run it for a day, it's $240. Oops. Mm. Yeah, so let's see. I don't think I can actually afford that, but I have one option. I actually have access to a cup, not a cup. I have a VM. I have I could create a VM with 80 GB H100 spec, but each VM would only have access to one H100 spec. I'm not that familiar with Azure, but is it possible to create 3 or 4 VMs with four, which we would probably have each of the VM will have like 4 H100s, and could I merge the GPUs, or share something with the GPUs and sort of try to use it? Is that an option? I want it to be uh, uh, it should be some sort of like a solid option. I don't want it to be slow and stuff like that, but just, yeah, give me some info on that. Yeah, we'll see if that's an option. I think they should have done something similar, but it's quite slow, and it distribute it among the GPUs, and yeah, it won't be fast, and you definitely you want to have one VM that process all, it has all, I mean, which has info on all the quadrants, saves all the stuff and etc. Yeah, not reliable, viable, yeah, very slow. Inter-GPUs communication with a single machine. You have NVLink, right? With VMs, you have to communicate through bandwidth. Yeah, 1000x latency difference. Yeah, let's not do it. And I don't prefer to wait. I can't waste time waiting for a long time as well. Um, okay, get the 30 billion parameter version and 30B. 32B, I think. Yeah, this one. Give me compute info for this. Yeah, there'll be is probably like 10% of the size, right? We can just fit it in a single, and that's a 30 billion parameter version, like very small. We can probably fit it in a single 5090. And then even if we rent it for a, hey, that we can afford. We can, even if you want to rent it for like a day, it's $24, not even $24, so that's enough. Yeah, we'll do that. And we can even rent like two of them, and then just work on parallelization and all of them, and process the documents much faster. Well, architecture, total parameters, and 64 and architecture is built upon this transfer, incorporating 32 billion parameters, layer grounds. Yeah, we'll do int 8, 33 GB, and if you get 259s, that's more than enough, and it's fast as well. 15 is quite fast, and yeah. Mm. Here we'll go with int 8. Is there a huge difference between FP8 and int 8? I know in terms of model size it's the same, but in terms of accuracy, would it be the same? Oops, I didn't record it. Is there a big difference between int 8 and FP8? Model size is the same, but will the intelligence or the output or whatever would that be what's the difference between both of them on that? Mm, Practical GPU consideration. Yeah, I can actually host this in my. I don't even need to do. Uh, I don't even need to use run pod here. I can run it on my H100. One is more than enough. Yeah, optimal. Yeah, that's optimal. And of course, it's like having two 5090s and even more because that has 80 GB. Even two of this would actually give us 66. So that 20 GB extra and it's way more fast. I guess nearly fast as is. That's also black. That's Blackwell. No, no, that's not Blackwell. That's I don't think. I think B200 is Blackwell. H100 was Hopper. Yeah, that's good. That's more than enough for us at this stage, and that's the best value for this video, right? For this video, or not video, but then for our test use case, I'm just trying to be as efficient as possible. So we'll just go with that. But still, we learn everything like installing the drivers and installing drivers for Azure is way more. It's they it have it's like they have their own versioning. They have their own installations and etc. Most of the drivers are not updated. You'll have wrong drivers, and Azure has a little bit of problem on that. So we'll see how to optimize it for Azure and etc. Runpod usually comes with updated drivers and etc. More not 100% updated drivers, but they're quite efficient. You don't need to install the models and then work on things that would speed up the token speed. This Azure you might have to do it. So we'll see whether we can improve those. Even a couple of extra tokens will be useful. We also would need to manage RAM, manage storage. What else? And yeah, so key differences. Hmm. We see FPS 8 conscious version has performance metrics nearly identical to those of the original BF16. So yes, we'll go with yeah, we'll go with FP8. Yeah, it's there for full support for H100, so good. Yeah, we'll go with FP8. Nice. Uh, I think chunks are saved. Oops, no. What's going on? Oh, actually, I ran. So I'll run it again. Hmm. Some notes. Yes. Let's use H100 from Azure 8. What else do we need? Reranker there, H100 is also there. Let's say I would need to process, we like, let's assume max, I would only need 30,000 tokens per request. How many requests could I make if I were to run this on an F, F, FP8 on H100? Yeah, sorry. Yeah, per request, I think how many requests can we make in a second? Sorry, per minute actually. Until we can make a queue, right? Like, 7 of them gets, we can process 10 of them at a queue. So um, I think I should speed things up. Let's see. So if you batch it, I think what will happen is that you'll wait until the entire batch is completed. I think uh, so if 5 is completed and the other 5 is not completed, you can still have free memory of that that freed up 5 documents or whatever. So you can use it. If you use queue, then it's like, yeah, as you process, you can just keep on keeping the queue at 10 or 20. So model weights, you have 30 GB, vision encoder 4 GB, CUDA is 3 GB, total fixed 40 GB. So we got 80 GB, I think. Yeah, we have 80 GB. So we have another 32 for KB. 2 layers. Hmm. Your max case is 12 to 13. Yeah, that's more than enough. Anyway, I plan to do 10. That's more than enough. For That's max case is 30,000. But if you see, most of the stuff we do right now in terms of processing is actually less than, we actually maximum we're sending, like, maximum is like 5 pages. That's it. And some of them it's chunks for tables, those are images. So I think we'll put it in a, if you can do let's say easily 10 requests at 30 days. If you were to put it at 10, you probably would triple the, I probably can easily do 25 to 30 requests per, I mean, in a given moment. So we'll just assume we'll do 12. Then with VLM, if not request. So the thing is like this, there's also token speed. You would never know how, you don't know how much token speed you have. Plus there's also one more thing, not an issue actually, but it's actually not an issue. But for example, if you see on the top, it's processing like 30 images in a given moment, right? So what we want to do is that we need to have free memory left for each document to parallelly process all images, right? So there's two ways you can do. You can sequentially process each document and have more memory to process an additional 5 or 6 at the same time. Or if not, what you can do is that you probably, yeah, like this, you probably can use that free, reduce the number from 20 to 10 or something like that. And then you sequentially process, you parallelly process each images. For example, we have 40 images, right? 40 images in a single document pass. So a single pass, I think this is more not accurate, but I would say this is more of a more of a not efficient way as well. It's still, it's still using the same memory. You're still doing the same thing, doesn't matter at the end. But um yeah, it gives me happiness if I were to process this single document in a single go. Apart from all of those, I think there's also good advantages that if one document were to fail, you can yeah, definitely, where it goes wrong, and then you can sort of do all the retries and make sure one works and stuff like that. But still, yeah, both should work, not a big deal. Yeah, I would probably go with parallel, adding more parallel processing for each documents, stuff inside a single document process, and then processing those specific sets for like 5 to 10, or maybe I think we can easily do 25, because we are anyway doing less than 10,000 tokens, right? So we'll do 25. That's enough. And if we do 25 requests, um, Assuming we'll do 25 requests in a single given moment, and I don't know how much of time this took. I'm not sure. For 134 chunks, some of them could be images and etc. In the future, we have no clue, but it could be different. Yeah, let's come back to this. So yeah, anyway, this the chunk is working. We have all the chunks. We have 134 chunks. That's okay. Assuming we have 24 in a single given moment, process basically. Uh, and then you have 25 requests in a single given moment. What else do we need? Hmm. And assuming each process or request, the entire request will take about 2.5 minutes to complete. How long will it take for 10,000 documents? Now note is that I'm not, this is just assuming things. This is just trying to randomly figure out, we don't have accurate info, but you should give us a ballpark of how long will it take to process everything. Okay, not bad. 16 hours and 40 minutes for 10K docs. Yeah, and some of them could be even small documents, some of them could be big. So we'll keep it at 24 hours. We need one full day to process all 10K. And of course, we're using a small model here. So yeah, now just guys, just see about it, right? If you were to use a bigger model, we can still do it. But this one day would have been 10 days. Like your GPUs will have to run for like a week, like more than a week constantly to process all the documents. And I mean, if you can afford it, 100%, of course, but not for even for like extra 5%, 10% accuracy. If I have to do it, I will definitely the 100% do it, because that's the domain that we are working with. We're working with rocket stuff. We don't want any discrepancy to be of effect of any of the chunks. So um yeah, but I don't have that much of compute, so we'll stick with the smaller model. This is enough. Yeah, if you have two H100s, you can do 20 to 30. That'll even drop the request time even a little bit more. Oh wait, no. Yeah, I mean, yeah, this is just saying that I probably need two H100s, but it does. But I actually have. I'll be like, actually, my context I would say is not even more than 10,000 per request. So I think we can easily do 25, right? Yeah, right. I actually can do 39 requests. Damn. Because yeah, it'll has this effect on KB cache as well. That'll probably also reduce. So that will also clear up. I could do easily 35, but I could stick with 25 is what 25 25 25 clearly, because I also need some RAM to process each images. So each of the images could have what each yeah I want to run the thing is, like, I can't run 30 API calls right now, like what I do with open router. I can't run a what do you call, I can't run 30 parallel requests or 40 parallel requests in a given for a given document. So then I think that will also have more time. Anyway, we can figure it out, but yeah, it'll be less than 24 hours for sure. For 10,000 docs, less than 24 hours in one single H100. And if you can afford two H100, then of course that drops to um yeah, that drops to 12 hours or 10 hours depending on the RAM and etc. you have. Cool. I guess guys, that is it. I'll be like, yeah. The chunks are processed and saved in Qdrant, but I want you to do some verification checks if tables, figures, and everything as mentioned is actually this actually exists in Qdrant. So check the counts of it, and I'll be like, I can just copy and paste this sort of just paste this, just copy this, just enter. No, I mean, of course, guys, like this is very simple. You can just look at the logs and you definitely can be like, you can easily figure out there's no issues. Of course, everything is processed and etc. But I just want to be that 1% sure that I'm not missing, I'm sleepy, I'm not missing that even one small warning or something, whatever is mentioned, and I just assume that everything is working. When actually, probably somewhere here, some warning is something has been missed or something like that. So just to make sure everything is good and sweet and good, I just always send as long as it's like nearly 250 lines of logs, I just go ahead and send it. If not, I just go manually look it through because I don't want to burn all the context and lose context. So I think it should be okay. We have 8 pages, data 32 chunks, 35 pages. Yes, I can confirm that because I did see it. 12 formulas, correct? Because we processed 12 of them, and 3 tables and 82 text chunks. Yeah, what total should be 134. And this is from 3. Yeah, now each image request will be, I would say, less than 5,000 image. Now I do process, so each request will have some parallel request as well. For example, to give you an example, for I do process images inside the request parallelly. So what I would say, the maximum pixel density of one image would be no more than 1080 by 720. So if that's the case, to be able to process 25 to 30 requests properly, how much of how many requests how many parallel requests that would need 2000 tokens at max would I need? So my goal is to easily process 25 to 30 requests, but still also afford some sort of parallel requests inside each request as well, which would use the same GPU. But the catch is that you'll only have 3000 tokens capped for it. Or maybe I want to ask you, how many tokens would it really need uh, virtually for to process an image that's no more than 1920 by 1080 pixel density? What else do we need to do? We can definitely have a cap for it, like for like 10 images per request, or 10 we so basically not images, we'll just call it GPU API. It's literally using the GPU. It could be images, it could be text, it could be whatever. So how many sub GPU process could we have per request to still be able to afford 25 to 30 requests per in a given moment, to give you more to make the prediction even easier. For images specifically, the dimensions is 1920 by 1880. I'm repeating the thing again, but yeah, whatever, it's fine. I'm just reminding myself 1 to 3 times because my English is not that great, and I failed to convey what I want. So I would like to mention it a couple of times just to get it there, and Claude will figure it out. formula 28 by 28 per token is 14 patch with 2 by 2 merge. So pixels for this thing would be 1280 tokens per image. Yeah, then it's our images are not even 1080p, guys. They're not in HD. They're even cropped. Some of the times we can even reduce the resolution of it, and some of the images are literally like square shape, rectangular shape, not 1080. So at worst case, it won't be even more than 2000 tokens per image, and we only process one image per request. And 1080 resized is this thing. Cool. And available for 36 at 90% utility. First scenario 25 main requests plus sub requests for the tokens by request. If each request uses 10k tokens for each context. 7500 for wow, good. We still have 7500 tokens for sub operations where we will only use 2000 tokens per request. So I think for each, okay, so maybe we can only afford how much? 3 or something? Yeah, 3. Actually 4. Yeah. 'Cause I was assuming we can process like a lot, but yeah. There's only 7500. So if we cap it at yeah, it's not HT, right? So max we can do is 4. I think it's 4. 4 to 6, but yeah, I think 4. We'll leave it at 4. Worst case scenario will be 4. Yeah. So full image you can do 5. I think we can do only 4. I think so. Yeah. 19 images. Medium large. The hell? Summary table for 25. If you want to do 25 main requests with 10k token cap, still guys, still I hope it won't be even 10k, but we'll just assume it's 10k because we might need to do some stuff in the future. So 10k is a good norm for document processing. In case we want to send like 2 documents, or in case you want to send some text chunks and whatnot, and you can do another total sub requests. The, yeah, total sub 150 images total, but each will maximum be 4. I think it'll be 4. So practical answers, full HD images, we probably have 4, 2K, yeah. Oh, not full HD is more than enough. That's again, I don't want to repeat. Reduce image resolution for 1080 to 720p, 20x more images, cap images at 640. This can't be done because they'll have different dimensions depending on if the table is vertical, portrait, whatever. But usually it's less. Yeah, it's probably in this size because we have like graphs and this thing which are very small. Reduce main context to 5K and use 2H200s, 2x everything. Okay. No, we can't afford that. We don't do that. No, actually, we are trying to process it from documents. So document images could be very much varied. Could a table could be a full page size, which might be nearly like an HD image. We still crop it, but still the image quality would probably be like HD, probably be in that dimension. But the thing is, like this, you can still get the dimension and crop the dimension. The quality will be reduced, but it's okay. But yeah, we'll leave it as it is. Also, I would say that even though most of the some of the requests might be like main request could have 10k tokens, there's a good chance it might only utilize 4k tokens or 5k tokens depending on each request. So is could be dynamically sort of evaluate or sort of capture the uh, could we dynamically use that freed up memory that is not used to make sort of I want to just know whether you can dynamically sort of change it. Of course you can change it dynamically. I want to know how efficient is that in a given queue if you want to change it. So please do share me more info. I think it's doing some search here. Let's see. The search was what? Combustion chamber temperature, and yeah, Yeah, we'll use a Reranker as well, so scores will bump up. Cool. How VLLM page attention works. Our previous system wasted 60 to 80% of KB cache memory. VLLM achieves nearly optimal memory use with fewer mere waste, 1 to 4%. Oh, okay. This is good. Yeah, for sure. Traditional versus page attention. Oh, really? Location, traditional preserve max length, on demand per blocks, memory waste 60 to 80%, less than 4%, block size, entire sequence, 16 tokens, continuous required, yes, no scattered. There are no pre-allocated full-size slabs. Blocks are allocated on demand. Note for n tokens, the system allocates exactly the seal block size, nothing more. What this means for you, your scenario request may vary 4 to k tokens, not fixed at 10k. Images vary, small crops to HT sub. Let's say you allow a max reserve 2048 tokens and a user sends 50 tokens. User B sends 300 tokens and user C sends 700 tokens. Without page attention, the system preserves 248 tokens without word of memory usage. With VLLM at 4K requests, you only need 4K requests. 3K requests, free the memory is immediately available for other requests. Good. Available memory pool, but there's definitely some cons to it. H100 usability, okay, token capacity. So light. Yeah, we'll assume it'll probably be 2 to 3 4 medium images. 4 weighted 6,000 tokens average. Tokens 10,000, concurrent request 44, or you can do 44. Good. Realistic mix 73. Best case 110. Wow. Even if you do heavy requests, you can still do 44. And in the mix you could do 73 requests. So your target is to 30 to 25 to 30 main requests plus sub request. Total token budget for 30 requests and average usage will be 30 requests into 6,000. Average tokens 180,000 tokens. Available 439 tokens. Remaining 215 tokens for sub request. If then, guys, actually we can actually bump up the main request. Either way, doesn't matter, not a big of a deal, doesn't matter, not a big difference. Sub request 209,000 tokens, which means that you can do 67 full HD or even more. Practical configurations is just like a due to auto there are times where KB cache especially insufficient to handle all batch requests. In case you will get preemptive requests to free up KB cache, I'm sure this will have some cons. uh, are they quite significant, or are they uh, or or is it, how can you ask it? Yeah, just put that. Yeah, the thing is, I've used VLMs and etc. It should work. I've done a lot on this, but I want to make sure that there is no issue. This is actually good. Yeah, because some other times models just crash. They just crash out and they'll just fail. This wouldn't fail. You can still, even if it crashes, of course, you can write this wrappers around it to retry requests and etc. But yeah, this handles it um, naturally or out of the box. If you push to 50 plus current requests and several hit Kitoga similarly, you may get recommended. I think latency spikes. Only latency spikes. Those requests do not fail mostly, and you don't need to write. Yeah, you don't need to be worried about that. Block size trade off, small 8 tokens, large 32 default balanced. Okay, tokens you might waste a high percent. Not an issue for 4K requests. Okay, block size trade. Cool. Yeah, so then what we'll do is that for image processing, we will go with for how much is the wastage? Anyway, either ways, for image processing, we'll go with whatever the processing, we'll just use VLLM, and for the agent, we'll just use Olama. If in case we were to use an open source model for it, but I'm planning to use Claude or OpenAI. Prefix caching, or maybe we directly just OpenAI. I don't think this is a higher waste, a higher pass. Yeah, it's probably a higher waste percentage, but not not a huge number, I don't think. Prefix cache incomplete. If you request share common prefixes, same system prompt, VLM can cause reuse KB cache across requests. It's actually, yeah, same system prompt. Yeah. Rate savings for your subs within maintain likely separate sequences. They won't automatically share the KB cache unless you structure. But still, system prompt. We send. I think we're sending it as user prompts. Still doesn't matter. But I'm just saying. Very minor stuff. I'm just trying to with one H100s I can like push it to the limits and try to squeeze as much as possible. Traditional, easy to reason about. More complex memory layer, predictable memory usage, dynamic, hard to estimate, fault clearly, transition, more complex. Yeah, that's the thing, guys. Requires specific support, more complex use case. Yeah, we're still comfortable. We can still do 25. I just want to do 25, that's it. And have free space to do some additional requests. That's it. But still everything will be capped. So then we can easily, yeah, what do you mean? Like I just want to cap, even though I can afford more, I just want to cap it. So I don't want to have any surprises. So yeah, we'll cap it. That's more than enough. 25. So I have good idea on this. I'm gonna save this conversation. Come over here. Search for development plan. Put this up for managing requests. GP on H100. And put this here. And that's it, guys. Yeah. So we can look this back. Look, like we can have this. We can come to this conversation back once we actually actually like process it on an H100. But this should be okay. Filter search. Yeah. Cool. I think we'll actually add the rerank. I mean, I'm not sure if I want to use it at this point, but we'll, yeah, as in terms of basement core, I would just just add this as well. Let's actually add rerank as well. Olama does not. I don't think Olama has this reranker. Make sure you check it. Probably it's by a third party person, which I don't want to use it from a third party. If it's not a big deal, we can probably use it from from Hugging Face. Check it out and let me know. And also, I want to say, like, for example, like we, all of this is only possible because of Cloud Code, right? The thing is, when I started off, or maybe even just even during even when I do stuff right now, I do not know like a bunch of stuff on cloud or bunch of stuff on GPU stuff. But the good thing is that you don't need to know everything. You just can ask and you can just try things and you can figure out things. That's what I do. Till date, that's what I do. I'm not smart enough to, of course, um, um, what do you call, to be able to do all of this stuff alone. So Cloud Code has been helping me a lot, and I've been very open. And if I just don't know, I just ask it. I just try different things out. And of course, being an engineer, you should always know. I'm not here to advise or anything, but then I think one not an advantage. What I try to have is I try to always be creative, and I also be look at in a very try solving problems in very different angles and try to be creative. Especially when you build stuff with agents and a lot of this stuff. For example, what we built in the past 3 days, cloud just can't do it in a given. You can't just prompt it and you can't just do it. There's so many million things that can go wrong, so many million things that you as a human has to have to consider, so many conversations you need to have, and there's so much stuff. So these tools are really helpful. You just have to keep your ego aside and being just some of the times I'm quite dumb. I just play dumb. I just ask random stupid questions, but in end of the day I just try to learn from it, and then I use that learning towards other projects and etc. So be open, just use these tools as to the top, and of course don't lose your engineering spike. Definitely solve problems, try to be creative, and then yeah, come up with different stuff, and coding stuff, building POCs, seeing stuff visually, writing test cases have been very easy. So you just have to use that and try to build stuff in very fast pace as well. So be creative, be solving problems at a good speed, but also just focus, have a good understanding of the code. If you see my code, like we were doing in the past 3 days, I never used auto edits because I like to see each and every line of code that Claude writes, and also that will give me a good memory, mental memory of what things is going on. If something goes wrong, I literally know which file is it and where is it. Opposed to if you were to just let write Claude write everything, it'll definitely mess up something in the middle, and then that will give you nightmares for the next 2 3 days, and you have to figure out where the issue is and etc. So I don't want to get into all of those stuff. Plus you'll also be looking at the code, reviewing it. You have full 100% mental memory of what you're doing. um yes. We'll use it to Hugging Face, not a big deal. And it's probably 11 hours right now, I think. You see my current land usage. And if you have a 7 and 9 is actually part of 8, right? Like it's inside 8. To be honest, it's mostly inside 8. It's usually like 80% inside 8. So what what no, actually they support Reranker models officially, right? Oh yeah, yeah, of course. Yeah, not Reranker, that's the embedding model. Official model is yeah. Yes, please. Yeah, more than enough. I think we're using the 8 billion of 4B. We're actually using the 4 billion parameter version with 8-bit quant. Wait, I don't think there's you can influence quantization in. I don't know whether it makes sense for this case. Doesn't matter this. I'm just trying to use as much as latest packages as much as possible, so then because I'll be publishing this as a repo and I just don't want to have any compatibility issues. Stop. Sorry guys, I think I'm just messing up. I'm just super sleepy, so just completely blank. So now I think the model will load and we'll probably have to download this. So we'll wait a bit. Oops. Oh my god, I'm super sleepy. My face is, sorry guys, my face is so green, looks very scary. It's still at 0%. I think it's not updating, but yeah, probably it's downloading. What else can we think of? I think that's it, guys. Mostly that's it. We'll have the Reranker, we'll have the chunking, re-ranking is running. Qdrant is there. What else do we have? Let me look at this. Because I tend to forget. So I usually, what I do is that I dump a lot of the conversation and I try to create some plan, but I didn't do this for this project. So I tend to forget and just lose track of what is left and what I have to do. And etc. I usually look at this. Maybe I just can look at this for now. And yeah. No, I would like to go ahead and I wanna go ahead and see some of the rack systems is built for, I don't know, space trucks. Probably there are aerospace trucks already built, but I just don't want to get that perspective, to be honest. I wanna naturally do it. Because if I get it, what happens is that if you get this perspective, you'll be, oh, okay, this has to be solved. Ah, this has to be, this is how you do have solved it. And my brain would probably, because I'm not that smart, so I'll just think of that, and I I don't know whether I can create any new, sort of have any new perspective of solving a particular problem. So that's one of the reasons I've never looked at any aerospace search systems or docs. So not search this systems. I wanna check out the traditional search systems to see what they sort of how they work well and work at how sort of the search strategy on that, but not like rags for this rocket stuff. I'm not sure if there's any. I don't think, but even if there's any, I don't want to look at them. I just want to have like a fresh mind and see how you can solve it. That's simple. Sometimes, you don't need to rethink a lot of things. Probably simple stuff. Not simple, but yeah, yeah. You can just be, you can you can have a different approach of solving things. Uh, yeah, it's still 0%. No, it's actually this doesn't like you don't have a real time update usually some of the times on this, so we'll just wait for a bit and see. You should download a couple of stuff, so we'll wait for like 10-15 minutes maybe. And what else do we have? Merge images, graphs, very low. Merge images or graphs across pages. I don't remember. Use message of standard page settle. Handwritten notes still priority. I don't think we have any. Sorry about that, guys. I don't think we have any handwritten text. And even if we have any, I think that's very old because these scanned copies are itself what from 1950s. And we were also there's also one thing on update I forgot totally forgot about this. Uh, Update symbols to use semantic search. Semantic. I got so used to using whisper flow. Semantic. So, so just maybe just look at some of the documents. If we can, okay, these are okay. These are docs. Very new docs. Sorry, yeah. So this is fine. And also, guys, like building layout detection models, or maybe like stuff like dockling, where it should give you like accurate document, where it needs to give you accurate structure and info is like very hard. And like even if you were to take any like conversation models like GPT or something, of course you're spending millions of dollars and etc. But in terms of data, you can scrape the web and you can just train it, and then you can do RL with human feedback, um, and and basically you'll have the training data sets, and then you can do the human feedback part, and you would basically generalize our information, right? But here you probably have to like really specific, like the data sets here that you use you need to specify what the output would actually look like, because that's what the prediction is happening, right? That's what you want to do. Like it's not like a basic conversation, like for you to go ahead to translate this particular thing to an output, for example this particular image to an actual output. That's nightmare. Like you can like a lot of the RL on, if you're working on a GPT sort of like conversations or a chatbot, your output, if you want to do fine tune it on, when you do the fine tuning stage, you could literally have like very different sets of humans, of course, intelligent guys with PhD solving reasoning and etc. But still you can also see the initial models that were quite accurate and quite creative were through a lot of like people. Probably they hired a lot of contractors to sort of how can I put it, to get the model, get the model, get the model to be as conversationally as possible. But that's the goal, get it conversationally as possible. But here you probably need to, like for example, see this diagram, it's quite complex. You probably need someone to sit and visually, how would an output look like for a detection model, or maybe like a model that can pass in document structure. That's quite different. And that's where VLM will actually help, because they can generalize patterns across images, just not like input output, where the text would be the output would usually be a markdown sort of format for like document, like sort of structure detecting sort of models. With VLM, it can generalize all the images, and then could also generalize this and output in a markdown, because it's all trained on markdown. But the kick here is that the model has to be scaled, like I like what we saw with GPT and Claude. Those models could accurately predict and accurately see all the nuances, the intricate parts of a image. But if you were to use a very small model, it'll have some no, it'll miss on the nuances. That's why we had a workaround for descriptions. But yeah, hopefully things will get better. And I think in 3-4 years, who knows, like OpenAI or Claude might even launch, because they're working with a lot of enterprises, and enterprises have this problem. they want to pass a lot of stuff, like that's very tough, and they probably will have some sort of model specifically for that, and they'll, I think Docklink has done a great job, kudos to them. I think they will probably also have um yeah, they'll probably also have something new coming up. So let's see. The model is downloading 4 GB to 8 GB. It may take a while depending on the speed, non buses. It's still running. Actually kill it, and if you have a command to run it, I could run it because I can see the terminal real time. Right now, I'm not sure. Some of the times you don't like you don't see the progress. Um, it's just weird. I don't know why. I don't want to know why in the first place. Wait, is my download speed so low? Alright, guys. I think I don't know what the issue is going on. Probably some internet issues or something on the servers, or I don't know. I have no clue, but I just want to wish to pause right now. I think it's in about 11 right now, 11 hours, I guess. You can see it in the stream counter. So yeah, I just paused it here, but we've done really good work. We have just one thing remaining for this progress, which is the re-ranker, and then we're done. We don't re-ranker yet. I mean, we don't need it for now. We only need it once we complete the agent, and then we can just add it. But yeah, we'll just have all the basic foundational code right and ready. Next tomorrow, I think I want to tackle in a very fresh. We've solved this document processing, so we've I want to tackle agents, so I want to go through Claude, like basically spend a few hours to see, learn more about how the user is going to use this system, or basically learn more about the user. If I can, find some patterns on how the usage would be, what is their goal, approaches, and etc., could help me design the system better for them. Apart from that, I guess, yeah, there's a little bit of issues to fix, and then we have, after we do the agents and etc., we'll do for the first few like hundreds, like we'll have 100 or 200 docs. We'll do it for that, and then we'll, yeah, process 10K docs and host the system, and we'll take care of the parallelization and everything. So I think we'll complete this entire system in the next 3 days, and in worst case scenario, we'll complete it before the next Friday. So today is Friday. We'll complete before next Friday. All right. Thank you so much. If of course, if you are seeing this in a few weeks time or something like that, you'll have the GitHub repo. Feel free to check it out and take some inspiration from it. Hopefully, it's helpful. And if you think there could be some improvements, feel free to um feel free to what? Feel free to reach out, and feel free to give me suggestions and etc. Always happy to improve the code and improve the system and etc. And of course, yeah, thank you so much for sticking around if you did. Yeah, talk soon. Bye.